I want you a man coffee.
You are now entering the Ministry of Madness. Please remember that this is strictly an 18+ channel with adult content and views. People's views are their own and no responsibility is held by the host. Please leave now or forever hold your piss. There is no room here for snowflakes or degenerates to get to fuck or get a kick right in the cunt. Thanks.
Evening, afternoon, evening, afternoon, evening. Afternoon, Nomadic, if you're still about, and Stevie. Afternoon, Bagman. Afternoon, John and Kendra. Yeah, definitely, really, definitely the last Chip Pit Steve video. I look in the camera and say it, so I look convincing. Really, the last Chip Pit Steve video. You know, he can come on and do a review of it if he wants, you know. Even that, you know. So, yeah. I do like a premiere. Big up Nomadic. But, yeah. Little bit harsh, but, you know, it's not, like I said to someone in the comment this morning, it's not 1/10 as harsh as what he says about people. So, you know, I enjoy making the videos anyway. So, afternoon to evening, rather. It's 5:30, so evening. In England. Yeah, as you can see, I've amused myself again. It's Steve. No, I haven't seen anything about that. But saying that, I haven't been. I watched Tour this morning, and that was about it. I was listening to music all morning, catching up on washing, obviously making a video, dog walking, you know. Sorry, just replying to a comment a minute. But yeah, someone did say that big up cleaner. Yeah, fucking someone did say to me that, like, I was Public Enemy #1 after yesterday's video. So Steve's obviously watched, you know what I mean? I haven't been watching him, so I haven't got a clue what he said, to be honest. I know it will involve my missus and my kids and my grandkids, so there you go. Big up Jeremy Beadle. Big up Jeremy Beadle and his nubby hand. Good evening, Susan. Big massive coffee. I've only had a couple today, so got myself some UHT milk from down the fucking Co-op, which is rather expensive for what it is, but oh no, no $1.99 a month here, society. No $1.99 a month here. No memberships here.
Hey guys, AJ Smith here. I just come on panel because I keep getting timed out in chat tub.
Hey, all right. Evening, Andy W. Just reading the comments a minute. As I do, as a gamer pulls me up for, but I do like to say hello to everybody as they come in and comment. You know, even hello to the ghosters. I know, Minto. I know. He's hexed me. That's it. You know. He thinks I'm downgrading because you know, I've got to. Well, it's a matter of got to because not been able to run the house the size it is. So you know, Steve's under some sort of illusion that you know I'm being forced to move or something. But you know, I might move and buy myself a little piece of Spanish Mountain. You never know. Afternoon, Mick. Afternoon, Ron's court suit. First time I've seen you in there, Ron's court suit, I think, unless you're in the other day. Exactly, Ice. You know, I'll make a video or three, and then just leave it. You know what I mean? You know, he can carry on ranting. I do find it amusing. But someone said he's just started as soon as he finishes ripping his lives down. So if you're not in the right place at the right time, it's hard to get the fucking clips. I shall put the link out. Yeah, I shall put the link out in a minute. Seeing as I've been sat here from my premiere, which was 20 past, so I might have only been on 7, but I've been sitting there. I do sit and watch the premieres, I've got to be honest, so I can comment. Oh, shit, bit Steve Torb. I just made another comedy video. He was raving yesterday about me again, so you know what I mean. It's all good. It's all good. I don't take it to heart. He seems to, but you know, even anxiety. I've already been and got double coffee, so it should last me about an hour maybe, and then I'll have to make tea. I've got a bottle of Cheap and Nasty. It's not very nice. I don't think I'm going to drink it. It's not nice. Yeah. I like bar cream soda, but that's not very nice. So I might have to leave the top off and let it go flat. Afternoon, Paul C. Oh, nice, AJ. Nice. Good call. Oh, yeah, I'm supered up. Super coffee. Super strong. No instant in there. But the coffee pods I did buy, which is from a company I usually buy from, I'm not overly impressed with them, to be honest. They must press their own and under license for Dow egg butts, but no, not the same as not as nice as the last ones I bought. Slightly different flavor, but still supposed to be fucking strong. And yeah. AJ, that's yellow card worthy, but I'll just remove it. Chill out, dude. Chill out with the recovery references. Excuse my grunting. I'm all funky fresh today. Fucking off early last night and about 10, I think, 9:30. And I didn't get up till 8:30 this morning, which is fucking, that's unheard of for me. I'm usually up before nut starts in the morning. You get me. You don't fucking get me because you don't buy my mountain. Yeah, singing Grizzles is pretty good. I've got to be honest, but I'm gonna have to start being nice. You know, I can't keep being mean. You know, I can't keep being mean. You know, I know he's very bitter and sour and mean about everybody. At the moment, he hasn't got a nice word to say about anybody. You know, so I'm not the only one. Afternoon, casters. Captain Jack here. As you can see, he's living on the streets of Bristol. You get me? You don't fucking get me, because you don't buy me McDonald's. Sorry, I really shouldn't laugh at my own jokes. It's in bad taste. There you go. Oh, it's been wild here, cleaner. I took the dog out at 1:30, and we just got the front edge of it at us. So, yeah, it's calmed down for a minute. The wind has. It's still raining a bit. Afternoon, agent. It's still raining a bit, but no, the wind's calmed down. But yeah, fucking earlier on, it was about 40, 50 miles an hour, and that's just the leading edge of it. Fucking hell. I'll see yours, mountain, and I'll up you by an abandoned village, you bastard. You get me? You don't fucking get me, because I'm living under a viaduct. I got to stop myself. I got to put the thing out. I got to stop myself. Excuse me. Evening, Katie. It's a good job. Smells can't travel through the microphone because I've just eaten a cheese, garlic sausage, tomato and onion sandwich. Actually, exceptionally greedy of me eating 2 sandwiches. I know. Evening, Torb.
You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Good. I'm just making a copy, and so just give us 2 seconds, bro. And yeah, I didn't see that premiere. I'll go back and watch it, lad.
It's a 7-minute video of like me taking the piss out of Steve Farthing. That's all.
Hey, listen, I heard you something about recovery. Something. I'm some Mars and PB3, as in. I can't see him, like.
One of them. I just told him to leave it out. Leave it out. You know, mention.
Oh, let him, man. He's gone wild, man. Let him go wild. Let him go wild, man.
I'll remember comments like that anyway. Told myself.
Don't stop him on my side.
Mods, you know.
You know, if he wants to be shot and malicious communications about, man, let him go. Just wants to hope I don't report him. Well, I wouldn't report him. We better hope nobody else reports him. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let him crack on, man. He has to get his thrills somewhere. Hey, I don't know if you answer those, but if I've upset you, man, it wasn't intentionally. And
Yeah.
I like you, mate. I think you're a good person. I think you're a good lass, Agent X. You know, I don't listen to all them fucking idiots. I've got my own man. But if I've upset you, I've upset you. But no, this Agent X, it wasn't intentionally. So it's what it is, mate. But yeah, mate, let him do what he's doing, man. Gets him off, doesn't he? You know, small things, small man.
If I usually say something pretty early on, with his comments, he usually sort of takes seeds and behaves himself a little bit. Not so much, but he knows how much to what to and what not to say. He's much like Gamer in that respect, in the chat and on the panel. They know what's going to get them chucked off, so they chuck it out again because they know they're going to get booted for it. So
No, you haven't missed out. I just thought, I was in JJ's the other day, man, and I thought I'd upset you. But that was never my intention. That's all.
Ginge.
Big up Ginge, lad. It's Ginger, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, Cleaner just said about the weather. I don't know if the front edge of the storm would have reached you yet, but we've
No, it's starting though. It's all
a
fucking
couple of hours.
It's like been rainy a bit, but nothing major yet.
No, it's calmed down a little bit here, but the leading edge hit us with about 50-mile-an-hour winds, and heavy rains. We've got a little bit of at the minute, but Ben said it's fucking howling down his way, so it's not going to be long. It's not going to be long.
You know what, Minister? If it's windy, right? If it's windy, it wakes Bella up. In turn, she wakes us up. I like what it is, man. She loves the wind, Bella, because she chases everything that moves. Oh. Yeah. I hope it's not like windy 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I don't mind being out in it, but I don't like when it's really out, and I don't really like being around buildings out in it. I don't mind being up on a mountain and getting the odd branch or something blown in my face, but big up the wolf, man.
Yeah, no, I'm sending you back with mate.
Michelle.
Nice one, respected, because I don't mind you, mate, when all said and done. Right. Probably that's why I like you, Agent X, because you know what? You say it how it is. You do what you say on the tin. Actually, we've got PB5 in, man. I mean PB5, PB6, Upton. They've all got collar numbers, man. They've all got collar numbers, man. PB1, PB1's Henry. PB2's Henry's understudy, Zara. And PB3 Dum Dum is idiot. And PB4's Ultra.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I do, mate. Listen, bro. When you know, right? We haven't got concrete evidence. However, let's start breaking things down. He goes on a lab, right? I haven't seen the lab, but I've been told by a couple of people. And to be fair, I'm sure PB2 said that this fucking clipper, fucking finger, what you call it, was in PB4s. You know what I mean? So he was definitely live, 100%. And it is what it is, mate. He's saying he can't work StreamYard. Getting PB2 and PB fucking 3 dum-dum to talking through it. You know what I mean? So we all think, oh, well, he can't be PB, because guess what? He can't work StreamYard. But we've seen a video of him telling people how to manipulate StreamYards. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw Ice's video. I didn't catch that on Ultras. I was watching Ultras the other day, but I didn't catch that. I came in sort of halfway through, I think.
So why would he want you to believe his viewers, all his viewers in his live, that he can't work StreamYards? Is it any coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences, though. Is it any coincidence that it's only lately his name's got shot in the ring as a PB, and all of a sudden he wants to show and prove that he can't work StreamYards? I mean, I do overthink. I do scrutinise this fucking YouTube now. My teeth's getting fixed, son. Being dentist, not today, but I'll go tomorrow, next July. So don't you worry. How are you going to fix your fucking deviant behaviour? PB. PB6. Got yourself a
I
fucking
gotta be
collar
honest,
number and everything, man. What's going on with you,
I was
lot?
a bit harsh on Richard on Upton a couple of lives
Listen,
ago.
he's the
I mean,
worst of the lot, him. He does it on orders, man. He's weak,
you know what I
bro.
mean?
He's weak. He's
I was
weak.
a bit harsh on him, chucking him off. But like I said, he was going to contribute less than me, and that I was contributing nothing. The
Yeah,
panel was
he's weak, bro. He takes orders, man. He does deviant behaviours under order. Do you know what I mean? It tells you everything you need to know in my book, to be fair. Tells you everything you need to know. Weak, man. You are the weakest link. Go and palm bomb society. Do you know what I mean? Weak, bro. But listen, some are weak, some are strong, and some are just in between, and some are mediocre, to be fair. And we've got your collar number, PB6. Well, anyway, they're not even worth talking about anyway, to be fair.
Yeah, I would have thought like Crinkle would have been at least like a Lance Corporal or something.
Well, he's PB1, isn't he? PB2 was his understudy, Zara. You know what I mean? Zara was his understudy. And get on this one. Yeah, but listen, then BB2, like she got promoted, and then PB6 is now her understudy. Get on that one. You know what I mean? She's mutated, man. She's mutated, bro. I'm only joking, but I'm not really. It is what it is.
So, when I was on yours, I think it was yesterday. Someone Paul Bomb Flavors, and he under my name, and he said it was her. I don't know. I wasn't watching. I was on panel.
Yeah, but listen, let's flip the coin, though. Right? We know she's got.
She Paul Bomb Jimmy this morning.
Well,
But,
okay, listen, we know she's got previous, but you can't just go about and say it was her. Are we, man?
No,
How do you know? How do you know? We want evidence. Otherwise, I'm not buying into it. Even though she's got form. Man.
Yeah, well, Crinkle's notorious for using my avatar and now my face, so you know he's done it.
Let's have it right, though. Yeah, but let's have it right. Let's flip the coin, though, Ministry. Again, let's flip the coin. We know PB3, Dumber and Dumber, right, has got everyone's avatar, including Paul C's now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, it could have been it might not have been PB2, it might have been PB fucking 3, fucking dumb. To be fair. You know what I mean? And we are the solution to stop all these collar numbers, man. In the tracks, we are the solution. I'll tell you. I'm not shy. Come forward and tell you the solution. The solution is you. Whoever's fucking running the lab, you are the solution. And I'll tell you. Right here, right now. Solution lies with you.
You know, I've taken steps to chill the channel for the last sort of week or so, which is, I think it's benefited really. But you know, I also do give the people the
Stop
right
gaslighting, you, Mr. Bunton. Stop gaslighting. Stay away from the Bunton, you. PB fucking 5, you. No, 4. There's that many of them. I'm getting the collar numbers mixed up, man. Ultraviolet. Not a good try, man. When you know, you know. You just need stamping. We just need concrete evidence. Concrete evidence. We're just waiting for the thing to come out of the flame so we can stamp you up, mate, with your collar number. Official collar number for now. Your collar number's not official. But it will become official. Because you just can't help but trip up along the way, can you? You know, we seen that with PB3, didn't we? Done Jason, do you know what I mean? Fact. We know that's a fact. We know that's a fact. And we also know it was recent, so he's definitely prolific. I'd say he's prolific. That's not his first time. He's definitely active, isn't he? Definitely active, PB3. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, you know. I did say.
Talk about online safety bill and all that. Talk about the online safety bill, man.
Yeah.
You know.
I did let AJ on to sort of have his say against Gamer the other day, but it just ended.
I didn't go back and watch it.
Getting chucked off, you know what I mean? So.
I didn't. Do you know what? I didn't go back and watch it. Do you know why? Irrelevant, man. He's irrelevant. I thought, what do I want to watch PB3 Dum for? If you've seen him once, you've seen him a fucking million times, to be honest.
Yeah, Wolfman. I've been doing that backstage on people's.
Yeah, we know, James. We know, bro. We know,
my
bro.
hands over.
It was just, I
know.
was backing it off, me, James, saying, no, you know, but you know what, in the back of my mind, I knew, mate. And I'm telling you, it was a couple of days before, I got a list, mate. And a couple of days later, I'm bad. And guess what? It is what it is. He outed himself. And I knew when I got told and he was on that list, right? I swear down, I knew he kept going through his advertise when he was on my lab and your lab ministry and that, wherever he was. And I thought, you know what? He's like PB3, dumber and dumber. He will show himself. And guess what, mate? He got the fucking 100 million candle watt of power and shined it on himself, man. You know what I mean? Not like being bright.
Yeah. You can't justify a fallout with someone, you know, considering that, you know, I'm talking about AJ and Jason, considering AJ used to talk to Jason and whatnot and be in his chat and that, you know, I don't know why. I do sort of know why they started arguing, because Jason sort of
Yeah, but ministry, look.
AJ allegedly he was gaslighting or, you know, white knighting for Emma. But that still doesn't justify porn bombing. You know, go and have it out with him. Don't, you know, make some silly photos and videos. You know, don't show that on his channel. Like, you know,
yeah, but let's look at the facts though. The facts were he was on my panel only the day before, I believe, right? And he'd said it a few times before that on my panel and others. You know, talking about I'd never look at all the shit I've had about Miss Emma. Look at all the shit I've had about Miss Emma and all that, man, and I'd never porn bomb anyone and all that, right? A couple of days later, sure as day turns to night, boom, 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 he outs himself. He gets himself a collar number. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that tells me all the stuff that he says I'd never do, right? He's talking about restriking channels. I'd never grass. Well, we heard him saying he'd never do the PB, and you know, and he has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He can't be believed, can he?
Well, he admitted it, didn't he? He admitted it on my panel.
He had to admit it, man. He was forced. He put himself in the corner. You know, no one had to put him in the gas cupboard, man. You know, when you're on the set with a fucking idiot, didn't have to put him in the gas cupboard, man. He put himself there, bro, and he tried to get himself out. You know what I mean? And you know what? The fact of the matter is, you know, he'd have been fucked off straight away. And the only reason I never fucked him off was because I was getting told I was expected, or someone thought I was expected, and I don't believe it anyway. You know, when I look back and I reflect, you know, I think it was him phoning me, trying to gaslight society saying this and all that. He'd expected to do this. But it is what it is, mate. We all show ourselves, mate. Always. The truth always comes out, no matter who we are, what we are, and what we're not. Simple as that. And at the end of the day, do you know what it is, ministry? You know what it is, ministry? It was like this. Do you know if you said to me, no, ministry, Torbs, you were not welcome here no more, I wouldn't go and do a live on you and go, fucking ministry, this, and all that. You know what I mean? I think, we're not ministry. Your lab. Your prerogative. And I wouldn't come back, mate. But PB2 had to run wild on a live. You know what I mean? Because she didn't have the power. Power was took away from her and she was told she ain't welcome. And PB3. And then Ultra wanted to come. PB4, as we know him now, came trying to gaslight. You know what I mean? Stay away from that gas, man. Air bubbles to the brain and all that, bro. No good. No good, them air bubbles, man.
Baby's got the bends.
But anyway, ministry, how's your day been? Why are we talking about these fucking collar numbers anyway?
All good, man. All good. All good. I was listening to you this morning while mincing around like Freddie Mercury with the Hoover and the mop and that. No, I got loads done, folded up my washing and had a fucking medical supply delivery. So busy day today. But I did have a lie-in this morning, which is unheard of for me. So, you know, I've been fucking like a bit BB today. So,
I know, I'm me, unheard of me for having lions lately. I got up and I wasn't allowed. So I phoned him, see what the problem was. And he's injured. Injured himself, man. Again, he's injured himself again. He's dangerous. So I went to the rescue and took him some tablets, some ibuprofen.
Nice. Yeah, I got out for a nice walk in the storm. Like, well, just missed the rain, but like I said, we had 50-mile-an-hour winds, but it's calm fucking right down now.
I know, I'll be on the way up here, Ministry, man. The trees are blowing at the minute. Not wild or not like that yet, like, but you know. Oh, it's AJ calling us Teds. It's PB3 Dum Dum calling us Teds. Can you think of a name for me, for yourself? That's Opticals, man. Oh, no, it's not. That's Ian Bairns. Even Optical couldn't even think of a name for me for himself. Do you know what I mean? That's how bright these guys are, man. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Dum Dum. You're better than that. Get your own material, man. Saying that, we'd be waiting 6 months, man. You know what I mean? Me and Jojo were trying to get you back in the straight line, man. You know what I mean? Get yourself a little saying. It took you 6 months, man.
Upton, you can't block Ice. He's a fucking moderator, you spaz. Fucking hell.
Big up Ice Chain knows. Ice Chain these people.
Well, Upton put a comment in, I've blocked Ice, give it a rest or something now, thinking that Ice can't see him, but Ice is a moderator, so of course he can see the fucking comment. Fucking hell, Upton.
Ultraviolet PB5, man. What's the matter with you? We got issues past the tissues, son. Yous definitely have, all of yous, man. All yous with them collar numbers, you're right. Yous need more than tissues. So what you saying then, Ministry, and you're not allowing PB3 on no more?
Well, not for the well, Crinkle just don't.
Oh, yeah, you said cancel that, man. Roger that. I'll do a game. I'll do a game
for his right to reply, you know. But I just wanted it to calm down a bit, you know, because it was getting awfully fucking, you know, just in the chat and on the panel, it was getting really, really toxic, and you know, losing control of it and that, and you know.
Yeah. Because he's got no respect, man. Get over on your own, love, and do it, man. He's got no respect, man. But saying that, I have reacted to a few people, like, all over people's lives and that. You know what I mean? But, listen, do you know what? I'm going to jump out anyway, Ministry, mate.
No worries,
I'm going to sit in the chat. I'll keep it very low, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm staying away from the gases and all that, man. Know what, man? Know what? PB4 Ultraviolet came in PB3 yesterday. Dumber and Dumber, right? I went in his lab, right, and he was saying, "Come on the panel top. I wanna clout chase off you, man, you little junkie," and all that. He wasn't saying junkie, but that's what he meant. He wanted the clout chase off a little junkie. You know what I mean? And I thought, God bless you, cotton socks. And I was saying, I can't, man, you bomb bomber, I can't. So I thought, fuck it, you know what? We'll go up and we'll see what he's got to babble. What's he babbling about? And then, as sure as fucking day turns into night, AJ gets on his other device that also needs checking. We'll add that bit in. Also needs checking that device. And text his PB4, aka Ultraviolet. And he came in, Ultra, going, "Oh, he's gaslighting." But what he was actually doing there is he was gaslighting me by putting that comment. Do you know what I mean? He loves the gas. He loves the gas, man. But I'd say, listen, bro, if you need to do something, man, something better than that, mate, I'd stay away from Tipex and all that, man. And Tipex, when there's no good, that kind of shit, mate. You know, gas and all that, air bubbles to the brain, definitely no good, mate. You know what I mean? I'd say stay away from the Stardog, man. You might get a bit para more than you already are, to be fair. But listen, I'm going to jump in the chat, Ministry.
Yeah, no worries, Tom.
Because I've got a feeling I'm spoiling your show, mate. And you know what?
Right.
Listen, when all said and done, mate, I like your labs. You're good. You're a good egg. Just be careful, though, bro. Whoever you're communicating with, mate, make sure you've got your eyes wide open.
Oh, yeah.
Telling you, man. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm going to jump in the chat. And,
All right. No worries.
well, right, nice one for you, love, and nice one for letting us on.
No worries, Tom.
See you later, right, Ministry. Respect, lad.
All right, in a bit. In a bit, Tom. Whoops. Just going to grab me baggie of doom a minute. Come on, Bill. Come on this way. Come on, Bobby. Probably hear me. Got to call the dog in. Otherwise, he'll leave the door open continuously. Come on, Bob. Come on, quick. Go shut the door. Stop the stink getting out. Oh, the dog's a twat. He'll go in the living room for 5 minutes. And then he'll come and fucking headbutt the door open, come back in. I'll shut the door and he'll go out the fucking patio door and do it again. Afternoon, Paul. I was half expecting a visit from Sheep Pete Steve. But he must be running his own live or something. I don't know. Yeah, excuse me while I make grinding noises. Big up, Mr. Nudgy Bonk. Long time no nose. Gotta love a bit of Mr. Nudgy Bonk. Afternoon, Ash. Oh, I don't think I've pinned the doodah. Let's put the link out again, and I'll pin it this time. Instead of being a knob. Oh, I know, Michelle. I know. I'll just keep having a giggle with him for the minute. I think it might have been the last Steve video for now. You know. Yeah, I'm not planning on doing a long one this evening. Evening.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Nothing much. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing good, thanks.
Yeah. What do you like to do? What do you like to do?
What do you mean? As in,
Like for fun?
play guitar, make ridiculous videos.
Ridiculous videos? Yeah. What do you do for work? Is this your work?
No,
Oh.
no. I don't work. I'm semi-retired, so
Oh, nice. Nice.
Hello?
evening, Mike.
Hello?
What? What is happening?
Hello?
We've got a bit of echo going on, and another guest. I've got my banner up because I'm exceptionally cautious at the moment. There's a lot of
One, two, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, kick down the door. No.
Nice one, AMG.
Wait, what? Why are there no faces or anything? I don't know who's in here and who's not.
I'm very cautious with my banner. Like I said, there's been a lot of porn bombing going on the UK
Oh,
side.
yeah,
Oh,
that makes
geez.
sense. Yeah,
Oh, jeez. Wow.
yeah, I got you.
So
That's
I'm
messed up.
extremely cautious. Extremely cautious.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Did you hear
Yeah.
what was happening in the UK? You hear what happened earlier this morning?
No.
Yeah. Well, it was not good. It was not good.
Is that to do with the online safety bill? Oh, they can go. They can go. I can't be asked for that. Let's go. I can't be asked for septics today. There we are. There they go. They had 5 minutes. They had 5 minutes. I'm not I'm not gonna be.
Yeah, don't fucking let him try, but it's all about
No,
the
I'll
taste,
have
isn't it?
to have the banner up. Is the thing. Look. I just have to leave the banner up because you know, gotta be careful.
It's all about the chase, isn't it? At the end of the day. Chicken burger with chips. Fuck me. I got 2 chicken burgers the other day. Figured I'll eat them both. They come with like the steroid chicken burgers. Oh, it was like
You back on there, fella?
Oh, what's up? Yeah, sorry. I don't. Who was? It's hard. It's hard to know who was on what because that guy interrupted me and he was.
I'm ministry. There was some guy called Ginger Reynolds. Was the other American guy?
Oh, okay. That's weird.
He's never been on before.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm extremely cautious.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, listen. I only have like a couple minutes before I go to work now. Even though it's only 1 p.m. for me, but I gotta go to work. But yeah, I just want to say I enjoy the stream and yeah, you guys are a couple of faggots. So have a good one.
Cheers.
No.
Is that supposed to be offensive? Is that supposed to be offensive? Is that trolling or something? Oh my fucking god, that's weak as fuck. Fucking hell there.
That was like
Oh my god. That's weak.
That level was that low. Fucking hell. This palm bomb was up there, but that was like fucking kindergarten.
That's it. He called us faggots because he couldn't porn bomb us. Don't fucking cry about it, dude. I love it.
Is that an AI voice? Or
he was speaking into a microphone and it had loads of
is it an AI voice?
loads of echo on it. It might have been. Yeah, it might have been a voice changing microphone. Oh, that's it now, Bagman. Because he called us a pair of faggots. Me and AMG are going to have to give up YouTube now. That's it. You spastic bastards. Fucking hell. That was poor. That was really, really poor. Oh my god.
Well, let him try and come on now. We're all looking for him. So anyone tries to come on, let us fucking.
It wasn't drama, man. Probably the same sort of area, northern states, but a little bit further west than drama, probably.
Yo, on the phone, hello, is that again 118? Put me through to fucking mama. I'm gonna
Well,
give
hi
him
there.
tonight.
Well,
Hello,
hi,
Mama.
Peter's here.
Oh, How you doing now?
I would just like to say that was just my nephew calling you guys a pair of faggots. And I would like to apologize because his mom, brother, a brother and sister.
Yo.
That's more of an insult than calling us faggots.
We're on the hunt. We're on the hunt for the wrong uns. Phone up now, down 111 911.
You didn't both of us. Yeah, but sorry to any Americans watching or expats who reside in America. I do love my American videos. I was sat all day yesterday catching up on Alaskan videos, log cabin, making videos. So, yeah.
Yeah, we all love fucking smash burgers. Fucking hell. Pick up the burgers, pick up the beef. They reckon beef's better than chicken for a start, but chicken's always cheaper than beef, though, isn't it?
Yep. It's hard to get, some of that supermarket stuff. I'd have a cheap steak, but I have to beat the shit out of it, dry it with fucking a cloth or paper or whatever, and then season the fucking shit out of it to get any sort of flavour on it.
That's what I mean. It's always a battle.
I'll do that to have a sandwich or something like,
It's a battle with beef, but always chicken's always nice with a bit of fucking whatever you put in it. It's always nice. You know what I mean? It's always battle with beef in it. Why is that? Because it's good or what? Is it better than fucking chicken? People say online it is. Chicken is cheap in it for a reason. Do you think?
Yeah. Oh, that supermarket stuff. Oh dear. I know that's what we get in chicken shops and that, the chlorinated stuff, but I stopped buying it's not nice. It's chlorinated as fucking yeah. Evening, Sharon. True. Terminator, I do occasionally I'll occasionally have a semi-nice steak, and I'll take it out of the packet, dry it, and leave it in the fridge to air age for 24 hours or something. And it makes a hell of a difference. Just getting out of the packet and letting it breathe for 24 hours makes a hell of a difference. Got to pat it dry first, though. Got to pat it dry. Make sure there's no fluid coming out of it. Oh, nice court suit. I can't eat free Bentos pies though. They give me rotten indigestion. Oh, Andrew's gone. They give me fucking acid reflux. Bad. Chill out in the chat. Chill out a bit, ice. You know. You fucking bunch of nutters. Right, let's have one of these.
Hi guys, Aaron Gamer here. I just followed out with Natural on the Society X on Gamies. And it looks like that Natural's not going to be buying me beer anymore. And I'm going to have to withdraw access to me hole. Yeah. Precious.
Precious. Yeah, it might be only Zara DUIs, but everyone's got a right to be in the chat. Yes, Terminator, but I don't play it very often. It won't be on there very long. They need a change up.
Mimi, 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 Mimi.
Mimi. Mimi, Mimi, Mimi. Excuse me while I love my doobie. I'm actually going to watch a stream a bit later. I'm not planning on staying on for a mega long one. I'm going to watch a stream a bit later on, and I'm getting my black and white Strat out. So I'm going to be sitting, guitar practicing, trying to get rid of this onion and garlic taste out my mouth, and cold coffee. Cold coffee. Cold coffee, fishing reel, PlayStation 4, and a beard. Oh, go on then, Terminator. Just for you. Just for you.
Deanology here, guys. Me and David's got been bashing each other's asses out for a fortnight. Just letting you know I'm okay.
Evening, Niggy. Okay, turn your camera off, fella.
Am I really that ugly? Hello.
No, I'll just give everyone the opportunity to turn their camera off.
That's all good. I was just kidding.
Not everyone wants to keep them on, do they? So
I just thought I'd pop in while it's quiet and say hello.
it is quiet, yeah.
Yeah, until people come on and it starts getting a bit noisy, and then I'll slope off. How you doing, man?
Yeah, all good, man. Yep,
Good.
Nice and chilled, and nice chilled day. Really, like I said, had a lie-in, which I don't usually do, and I've been like a busy bee for the rest of the day. So
right.
I sat down not long before going live. So
Cool. I've had a nice lazy day too as well. Nice lazy. Well, I've been playing with my 3D printer, so that's pretty lazy. I don't go far when I'm doing that. So yeah. Oh, they're all playing off kicking off in the thing already, aren't they? It's all going on amongst the chatterati.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wow.
I do occasionally say to chill it out in the chat, and that usually works. But it does seem to be going off quite a bit today.
Hi, Zara. Zara. And everybody else. Lots of people. Doobie-doobie-doo.
I spent the day sort of milling around, and like I had to stay in and I'll wait for a medical delivery anyway. So I was just busying myself around the house and out with the dog then in between the rain. So
yeah, I got my medical delivery only comes like within a same few days each month. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not on the same bloody day every month. That's for sure.
Yeah. They send my missus a text when it's coming.
All right.
It's from all comes from Braun. So they do tell her the day. They don't say a time; they just say which day. So,
all right. I had some bloke just turns up with mine. Luckily, I didn't hear him last time, but luckily he went next door with it instead. So that's cool. Otherwise, it's a pain in the arse because it's all flipping strong drugs, ain't it?
Yeah, I've got to pick all that up tomorrow. It was all dialysis supplies today, so sterilized water and fucking and everything. So all the chemicals for the machine, the filters, and
right. So do you know what? My daughter bought me a beautiful thing today, a kettle that connects to Alexa.
Oh, nice.
I don't know that.
Yeah, shut up, Alexa. So I can say, Alexa, put the kettle on the stuff now. Well, hopefully. That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got Alexa on my phone, but I haven't got a home Alexa hub thing.
Yeah, I got this little. It's like a little triangle-shaped thing. It's an excellent little thing. I was looking for something to use apart from my computer yesterday, and my daughter goes. My granddaughter just picked it up and went, "Oh, here you go. Have a look at this, Alexa YouTube." I didn't know that worked. So she went, "Alexa YouTube," and the screen fills with YouTube. It's really clever.
Yeah,
they're going along.
I've got it on my Sky remote. Where you hold the voice activation, and you can just tell it to go where you want, or to look for whatever show you want. But I haven't indulged in Alexa yet. Right.
So Agent X says, "Yeah, Alexa, I don't know that. She's not happy." No, she's not happy. But to be fair, she doesn't answer back like Google does. I can have a bit of an argument with Google sometimes. But Alexa's much more passive. To be fair, although she does call me for fork's sakes. I can't quite get her to say it, but she calls me for fork's sakes, which is pretty close.
Yeah. Later, Mrs. Torb.
How to spend an afternoon trying to teach Alexa to swear.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Sounds like my kind of fun. Even conform.
Yeah.
Yeah, my short video, I spent about 20 minutes recording it, and then about 10 minutes fucking editing it. So,
that's
I mean, I'm enjoying the short video at the minute.
Yeah, I watched it. You must have all that stuff already stacked up, ready. You just slot it all together now, then, do you?
Yeah,
I don't know how, I'm new to it, so.
Yeah, I'll just record short videos, save them, and then go into my editing app and just line them up one after the other in the order that I want them. And you can add transmissions between shots. So fuzzy screen or a little wobble of the screen or something in between, and all sorts. So it doesn't take very long. I have been using the app for a couple of years now, so I'm used to it. I use. It's all sort of really easy for me, just because I've taken the time to get used to one or two editing apps.
That's cool. Yeah, these things usually have quite a steep learning curve, don't they? And then it kind of eases off after 12 months or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finding out with me bloody software.
Hey, Reese.
Hi, mate.
Hello, Reese.
Hey, Niggy. You all right?
Happen. Yeah, how are you, mate?
Yeah, not bad. I've just had an interesting encounter.
Uh-oh.
I've been up at my local co-op, and I pulled up in the car, and as I'm getting out of the car, I've seen this lad and this lass walk up to this old guy, and I could tell from the body language that they were ranting at him a bit, and I could hear raised voices, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Anyway, I gone into co-op to get my tobacco, and I come back out, and these two people walking across the car park, following this bloke and berating him and basically telling him to go to cash machine. So this guy goes to cash machine, and I'm like, "Nah, I've gone back to the car at this point, and I'm thinking I can't just because I knew what were happening.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Just from look of him and body language, and the guy looked at me as he walked past, and he's got that deer in the headlights look in his eyes.
Yeah.
And he looked at me, and it was like he were imploring me to do something. So I thought about it. Anyway, I've gone back round to cash machine to make like I'm using cash machine, and this guy's dithering. And these two scroats are stood, and looking at one of them, the guy, you could tell he would have smackhead or a crackhead or something. He had all them lesions all over his face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
like Roman lesions.
He's been picking out. Yeah, Roman lesions.
Okay.
So this guy's dithering at cash machine. I could tell he didn't want to put his PIN number in. I just said to him, I goes, "Are you all right, mate?" And he goes, "No, I'm not. These two were trying to, coerce me to get them money out and give them money."
Okay.
And I'm like, "Right, I'll take care of this, mate." So I basically put myself between me and these people, between him and these people. And I said to these scroats, "Listen, you're not getting any cash off him. Leave him alone. Fuck off." They started on me at that point.
Yeah.
So they weren't getting physical, just really verbal and getting up in my space. So I've had to be a bit assertive. And anyway, it ended up I've turned around and called police because ultimately they weren't going to leave this guy alone.
Right.
Anyway, they've buggered off before police have come, but police are out looking for them now. And I'm just wondering, because obviously some people will say that I'm in wrong for doing that because that's grassing apparently. But at the end of the day, this guy, I could tell just by talking to him, he's got issues. You know what I mean? I could tell he was vulnerable.
No, that's not.
Sorry, one sec. I'll
just find the police. That's not grass or stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not having that. I'm not having that happen in my knowledge in front of me. And fucking hell. Got my adrenaline going a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, calm down now, though.
Yeah, I've come home and I've lit the elixir of life, and everything's back to being good, I think.
Yeah, not nice though. Not nice thing to fucking have to see or deal with, to be honest.
Well, it's becoming more and more prevalent in my neighbourhood, I've been in co-op when these fucking, not the same scroats, but when the people have walked in, literally, picked up a fucking crate of beer and just walked out. And staff can't do nothing. They can't do anything, and I'm stood in a line waiting to pick up my, I can barely afford to get my milk. But this knobhead, and I'm stood in line to pay for it, and this knobhead just walks in and fucking picks up a crate of beer. It's like I must be doing it wrong.
I got to admit, there's obviously addicts around where I live, but it's only a small town, and I've got to be honest, we haven't really got a problem like that, but it's not far away. It's not far away. It's only a few miles away. But up here, it's pretty, to be honest, it's pretty chilled on that front.
Yeah, you're lucky, mate. I mean, it's getting worse and worse up round here.
Yeah.
Lucky here too, North Wales. It's lovely. Just where we are. Hardly any crime. Don't see any of that stuff going on. Yeah. Unless stealing my favourite sheep, I suppose.
Yeah, sheep rustling.
There's a bit of crime here, but not a lot of heavy drug-related crime, I'd say. Not a lot at all. And not a lot of, people just walking into the shop, waltzing out of crates, and that just doesn't seem to happen because everybody knows each other, and fucking cameras everywhere as well.
Yeah, we're actually even though Huddersfield's a town, it's a fucking big town. It's the 11th biggest town in country. So with a fair few people live here. I think population of the area that Huddersfield's encapsulated by is about 300,000 people.
Yeah.
So there's a fair few fucking people live here.
Well, we haven't even got that in our borough, to be honest. Yeah, we probably haven't. We probably haven't got 300,000 people in the whole of the borough I live in.
I mean, it's just what I suppose we've got there is a big problem with drugs in this area.
That's everywhere now, isn't it? Absolutely. Even these tiny villages here, mate, absolutely rife with drugs. Do
you know what the issue is, though? Because we're smack bang in the middle between Leeds and Manchester.
Yeah.
And we've got a wide ethnic mix in our town. It's not. We've got people of Southeast Asian descent. We've got people of Afro-Caribbean descent. You know, so there's very different communities, and the thing is, there's not much racism between the different groups. It's more postcode orientated, like territorial. Yeah. Weird as fuck.
Well, it's I mean, there's hardly anyone here that's not Welsh, to be honest. And drugs are rife, mate. It doesn't. It cuts across all classes, all races, and everything, doesn't it?
Bagman says the war on drugs is over. The drugs won.
Yeah, the people on drugs won. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Hooray for the people on drugs.
Well, I mean, you go into Houses of Parliament and do a drug swab in there, and it'll come up positive.
It's not been easy. I've spent 20 odd years trying to work this through, mate. No, people on drugs won. Hooray! What a stupid idea. War on drugs.
California have this week announced that they are introducing Amsterdam-style cafe cannabis culture into California.
Okay.
You'll be able to, like you can in Amsterdam, where you just rock up and go to one of the cafe bars. You'll be able to do the same in LA or in San Francisco. Yeah.
Oh, good, because they've kept it non-touristy and everything up to now, haven't they?
Yeah, well, that's
go near it.
That's been the problem, because especially like it's legal in Nevada, yeah. But the problem is it's illegal federally still, and because it's the federal government that issues the gambling licenses to the casinos, you can't smoke it in a hotel room. So if you go to Las Vegas, you can't smoke it out in the street. You've got to be in the confines of a building, and it's got to be your property, and you've got to obviously have permission to be able to smoke it there. But you can't, as a business, you can't allow someone to smoke it on your premises. Wow. So it's not that they're missing out on a big chunk of, because people would, if people go there already for gambling and prostitution and all the other deviant things you can do in Las Vegas, they're missing a beat, and they're missing fucking valuable tax dollars by not allowing tourists to partake.
Yeah.
I mean, Amsterdam's entire tourist economy pretty much is based on those cafe bars.
When you go to Amsterdam, mate, you can sit in a cafe bar and order yourself a nice big old cup of coffee and stuff. And tobacco products are banned at the cafes now, aren't they? And a lot of them. No tobacco, we can smoke your pot. It's just so fucking civilized, mate. It's just such a civilized way of having.
The thing is, though, when you think of Amsterdam as a tourist destination, the first thing, well, I mean, there's two things that spring to mind for me. There's the canals and there's the coffee bars.
Yeah,
that's why you go to Holland for the tulips and for the windmills. You go to Amsterdam for the canals and the cafe bars.
Yeah, although the Whiteheads don't go near Amsterdam, they go to all the other towns.
They go to Eindhoven.
Yeah,
Eindhoven's a kick-ass place to go.
You get on the border with just over this side of the border from Germany,
Germany's legalizing.
Are they legalizing? I
They
didn't know.
are. They
Are
are.
they legalizing or decriminalizing?
No, they're legalizing, mate.
Okay. I'm all for decriminalization.
No,
Just
I think cannabis you should legalize. You should
Yeah.
decriminalize all other drugs. However, make
Oh,
distribution, make possession with intent to supply and distribution punishable by honestly draconian prison sentences.
Oh no, there's no need to be like that because I'm all said and done. It's a tiny little plant. It's never hurt anybody.
No. I don't mean cannabis. Obviously, if you legalize that,
right.
you'll sell it. You'll sell it from dispensaries. It'll be regulated. You'll need ID to be able to buy it.
Yeah, I don't want it legalized. I want it decriminalized. Just removing from the statute books. That's the difference. Don't want it
I think
because it shouldn't be illegal anyway. So it.
But
just
think
needs
about
to
it. Our country's in the hole, Niggy. Financially, our country is in the hole. Think about what the tax, the weed market's a multi-billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-pound industry, and that's when it's on the black market. If you legalized that shit, mate, and you regulated it, think about how much money you could make.
Yeah. I've been a bit of a cannabis activist for about the last 20 years. I was quite involved at one time. To my best friend, one of my best friends died, Jeff Dixfield. I don't know if anyone on here knows him. He ran a thing called Bud Buddies, which would basically people would grow cannabis for sick people, basically, and it would work like that, and you'd help sick people to set up their own grows and stuff. But when it comes to cannabis, absolutely should be treated. To me, it should be treated just like you do with homebrew beer. So you can grow it or produce it yourself, as within reason, as much as you like. Within certain reasons, but it'll have to be a lot within reasons. And you can enjoy it at home with your friends. You can even swap bits. But if you sell it, then you have to do all the stuff that a shop would do. If you sell it, you have to produce it clean and safe and proper wrapped and all that stuff, and you pay your VAT. But if you're just giving it away or having a smoke with your mates, like you would do with beer, like you do with your homebrew beer, I think the world would be a much happier place. Honestly,
I think that form of production should be. You're absolutely right. We should be encouraging people to, if they're going to consume it, it should be legal for them to produce it themselves. But what I'm saying is, if you introduce a commercial element to it, what you do is you get an economy of scale. Yeah. So because it's cheaper to produce a lot of it in one go than it is just to have one plant, because you've got, reduced costs because some of your costs are combined. Well, the fact of the matter is, the cheaper you can produce it, and if the market still tolerates the price, you can factor in more tax and more duty. And I know that people are saying, "Oh, we shouldn't be giving money to government," but at the end of the day, we are on our ass financially. We need some money. And I know Vincent's going to try and reduce what I said down to. It's a very, very nuanced.
Not reduce. The word is obliterate, Reese.
Okay, let's hear your input on this very nuanced subject, my friend.
Very nuanced subject. Okay, yes. Reese, you started off by telling us that drug addicts are bad because they were robbing the poor old man at the cash point, and you had to manhandle them away from the poor old fella. And then
I never.
Hold on, Reese. Hold on. Let me obliterate first. I've got more. And then in the next breath, you told us, "Oh, we need to legalize drugs. We need to legalize drugs. Isn't that be fucking great?" That's what you said.
Right. Can I retort?
Hello, my side.
Okay. So there's a big difference, obviously, as you'll appreciate, between legalization and decriminalization. Now, I said that I advocate for the legalization of cannabis, and I do, because for a number of reasons. I can go into those if you want, but it's a bit of a digression. The decriminalization element, element.
I was out the room a minute. See you.
We'll be good.
The decriminalization element would enable people who are afflicted with the disease of addiction to seek medical help, and it would be treated as a public health issue. However,
they can do that
criminal
now,
behavior that is engaged in by addicts should not be ignored or excused. Criminal behavior displayed by anybody should be confronted and addressed. Yeah? But if you decriminalize the actual substance use, you can make it safer for people to participate in something that you're not going to stop them doing, whether it's legal or not. But you can make it safe
for people to destroy their own lives. Is that your logic here?
No. Right. So look at the Portuguese model. They had a massive problem in Portugal with heroin.
The Portuguese model, where 4-5 times as many people died through to drug use, 4 to 5 times as many people died on the roads in road accidents because they were taking drugs. They legalized it across the board. If you read the latest study in 2022, it was the biggest failure ever. So don't use the Portuguese model, please.
Hang on a second. What I'm saying is one of the things
they killed off 5 times as many fucking drongos taking drugs, Reese. If you want me to put it in one sentence, 5 times as many scumbags and drongos died of drug use. That's what the government wants to do. Wipe those people out.
Are you not
that smart, Reese?
Can I finish my sentence? Is that okay?
Of course you can.
Right. So what the Portuguese did right was they instituted these places, and colloquially known as shooting galleries, and they made safe spaces for people who had addiction issues.
We all need safe spaces, don't we, Reese?
To be able to use the drugs that they were going to use anyway, but in a safe space where they wouldn't be assaulted, where they had access to clean needles, and more importantly, Vincent, they had access to resources and were signposted to government agencies that could assist them in getting out of the predicament that they were in.
Those services are available now. Those services are available now.
You're absolutely right, and you normally get introduced to them after you've been arrested for taking a substance that you are medically addicted to. So it takes somebody obtaining a criminal record.
What we found is when you legalize it, more people die. The problem becomes worse. The crime rates go through the roof. Is that what you want, Reese? Do you want a shittier world?
What's happening with crime rates right now, Vincent? What's happening with crime rates right now, mate?
Well, they're bad
times going on. So, what drugs are you talking about, Vincent?
Well, across the board, Diggy. I'm going to upset you and say cannabis mainly, because cannabis is the mainstay of most of you common and garden drug addicts. They may well be taking cocaine, they may well be doing speed, methamphetamine, and heroin, but they're also taking cannabis at the same time. And you know, the same drug dealers who sell all of the Class C's, the Class A's rather, they sell cannabis as well, Niggy. You can't get away from people die because of cannabis. You can try, but you can't.
Nobody's died because of cannabis. Nobody.
Do you not think so? I think your brain cells have died because of cannabis, Niggy.
There is a percentage that it's going to have been a gateway drug. There is always going to be people that going to have been a gateway drug.
Let's pretend cannabis is not an issue.
You know, statistic. You know, it hasn't been for me. It hasn't been for me. I'll be honest. You know, it's not. I've not really ever really been into Class A drugs.
I get that. I get that, ministry, and some people are responsible.
What about me, Vincent? What about me, Vincent? There's two people on this panel that smoke cannabis that don't take any other Class A, Class B, or any of those other drugs. Yeah. So there's two people here on this panel. So that's at least 50% of this panel that smoke cannabis. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
you're a rarity, but you're destroying brain cells, Reese. I think
I think, to be honest with you, Vincent, I'm not worried about destroying a few brain cells, to be fair.
Vincent, get away from that 90s, 70s literature, mate. It's not.
And do you drink, mate? Do you drink, Vincent?
That's what I was going to ask him that.
You don't drink at all? You're teetotal?
You don't drink.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations. You're not as big a hypocrite as I thought.
Do
you smoke?
I'm addicted to tea. I do smoke sometimes. I'm not smoking at the moment, but I do smoke sometimes.
Dirty addict. You dirty addict, Vincent.
Well, I know.
Listen, don't pick and choose your morality battles, pal. If drugs are bad, all drugs are bad.
If it didn't smoke, would you have asked me if I watched television, Reese?
How many people die
No,
from your
my next question was going to be, do you eat sugar? Because that's an addiction too.
Yeah.
There are morally and socially acceptable addictions out there, Vincent, like alcohol, like tobacco, like caffeine, like sugar.
Yeah.
You don't have qualms with them. We
hold
shouldn't
on,
ban them,
Reese.
should we?
Reese, before you get too much of a boner, let's just remember we weren't discussing cannabis when we discussed legalizing drugs. You wanted it done across the board. And
No, I didn't. I said, listen to me. What I said was legalize cannabis and decriminalize other substances. Not legalize them, decriminalize them. There is a difference.
Vince, you're the only one that's used the words across the board, mate.
Do you understand the difference between legalization and decriminalization, Vincent?
Because my point was, Reese went desperately, immediately to the Portuguese model, right? The Portugal fucking experiment, which failed on every single level. Absolutely,
I said that there are aspects. There are aspects of the Portuguese model. There are aspects of the Portuguese model that
does
work.
it make sense? Where does it make sense to legalize?
No, Vincent, I didn't say legalization. I said decriminalization. And what I said was there are aspects of the Portuguese model that work.
Do you understand? Do you understand that that's the same thing, Reese?
Decriminalization and legalization. I'm sorry, no, there isn't. There is a subtle difference.
There isn't.
There's no difference when it comes to your common and garden drug addict.
Do you know what?
There is a big difference. There's a big difference because if something is legalized, if something is legalized, like the cannabis legalized, for example, that means that you can legally go into an establishment and purchase that and pay tax on it, and it's a legal purchase. You can't be stopped in the street and have it taken off you. However, if something is decriminalized, what that means is if the police stop you when they find it, they will take it off you, but they won't put you in jail.
No, that's not what it means, Reese. No, that's not decriminalization. Decriminalization means completely removing it from the books, from the statute books altogether. It's not.
And there have been attempts at legalizing it as well, hasn't there, Reese? And what did legalizing cannabis do?
Vincent, you really let me down, mate. You come on here.
Increase the black
Most
market.
times you come on here, Vince, apart from when you're talking over. Most times when you come on here, you seem to know your subject. But on this, you're really shit, mate.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit emotionally invested, Nikki. You're convinced that cannabis improves your health and your lifestyle. So you're a little bit emotionally invested here, Nikki. I'm happy to disagree with you, and I'm happy to argue with you. I'm also happy to upset you as well, which I have.
I don't know. You haven't.
What I say makes sense. I'm happy to go through all the studies.
It makes sense to you. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to me at all, mate. Because you're just talking bollocks, to be honest.
No, I'm not talking bollocks. You're offended, Maggie. I get that. I get offended sometimes.
Bless you. Bless your little heart. Cotton socks.
I'm skeptical about full decriminalisation because big cities with Class A problems, they do invest money in safe places to inject, and they still get the problems on the street.
When I said decriminalisation, I did actually say that the sentences for distribution and possession with intent to supply should be draconian.
Yes, of course they should.
They should be draconian. They should be. You should go to jail for 20 years if you are suspected.
Of course, but you want people taking drugs, but you want to get rid of the drug dealers. Are you determined to not make any sense, Reese?
You have to.
I'm not saying that you should encourage people to take drugs, but you've got to treat it for what it is, which is a public health issue, not a criminal issue. The addicts themselves shouldn't be criminalised; they should be helped.
Reese, of course. And Reese, you will be aware of the states in America that have decriminalized. And what are they turning into? What have we got? When you look at places like Kensington, when we look at places like, what's the other one, a really bad one? where they're on the streets,
Ah,
literally littering the streets.
litter in the streets, not like them drunks.
No, you never
Well,
get
what other
drunk
option is
people
there
in the
with
street.
drugs? Is there ever a happy
Vincent,
Niggy? Let me think. Let me do
Vincent,
this. Is there ever
Vincent,
a
just
happy ending with
listen
drugs,
for a
Niggy?
second. Just listen for a second. Drugs and all the fucking business around drugs is a demand. Shut up and listen. It's a demand-led industry.
See, you're getting cannabis rage there, Niggy.
It's completely, shut up, you faggot. It's completely run by the people that demand drugs. I know you don't like names, but that's why I do it.
Cannabis rage, Niggy. Calm down. You'll be getting more left wing by the second.
By people who
That's what you're meant to do. Take drugs and your brain goes gaga and you start thinking left wing. This is what they want.
One mouth for a reason, Vincent. If you
How many years have you been destroying brain cells, Niggy?
Oh, far too many to remember, Vincent.
How many can you remember?
Have you, Vincent?
No,
have you ever?
I use cannabis for pain, mate. I've used it for pain. For
Have you
ages.
ever smoked cannabis, Vincent?
Because all of
Have
the
you ever
medical
smoked
studies
cannabis,
say that
Vincent?
they work, don't they?
Yes.
Have you ever smoked cannabis, Vincent?
Yes, they do, Vincent. You fucking bloghead. There is years and years of stuff of evidence that says cannabis works for pain.
Yep, that's right. A carcinogen has healing properties. Go on, Nicky, tell us that. A carcinogen has healing properties. Go on, tell us.
Say what?
So hang on. Are you saying that CBD, that cannabinol, which is the active substance in cannabis that actually helps people? Are you telling me that that's carcinogenic?
Vincent's got verbal diarrhea. I cannot.
Right, so that's not carcinogenic.
No, Reese. Let's not.
Right.
Let's not
so
run,
the medicinal
Reese.
properties,
So
you can access the medicinal properties. You can access the medicinal properties of cannabis without it being carcinogenic. Are you conceding that?
Yeah. No. You can. Of course you can. Niggy. Yes, of course you can. Niggy, do you smoke cannabis?
None of your business how I take my cannabis.
There we go. That means yes, folks. For anyone listening, yes, he does.
I eat it.
Does it? Smoking is really wasteful, Vince. You know,
I inject it into my eyeballs, Vincent.
Dear Vince, you're so ignorant on this. I'm loving this. I'm loving it.
Have you ever consumed cannabis, Vincent?
Idiot, Vince.
No, of course not.
You've never consumed cannabis.
I need my brain cells. I have to work.
Right. So if you've never consumed cannabis, what puts you in a position to have an opinion about it?
Because I've read many studies.
Study he hasn't read.
Yeah. I've read many studies, and there are other personal reasons, but I can't go into that.
You read those posters.
Well, I've read many studies that suggests that the emissions from internal combustion engine produces causes health problems and is contributing to the degradation of our planet. But
don't you find it odd? I can get it on prescription, mate.
You're willing to ignore those studies that I've read on that.
Considering it's medically useless, how come I'm getting it on prescription?
Well, if you need me to explain it, Nicky.
Yeah, all twisted brain cells in it, Vince.
Yeah. Do you work, Nicky?
You don't have an answer, do you? I've retired. Thank you.
You retired. When? What age did you retire, Nicky?
Oh, what the fuck do you want to know for, Vincent?
See, why are you getting really aggressive, Nicky?
No, I'm asking you what the fuck you want to know for. That's not aggressive. If I was being aggressive, I'd threaten to hit you with a shovel or something silly, wouldn't I?
I don't know if you've noticed, Nicky, I'm all smarmy and calm, and you're all irate. And
No, you do. You're the chap that does the. You say something stupid and then talk over everybody that tries to answer you. That's what you do.
I haven't said anything
on this subject. You've run out of shit today, Vince.
I'm giving you facts. Continue, Nicky, but I'm happy to stay here because it really hurts.
You're doing that thing you said you didn't do. Yeah. So all you're doing is showing people here your ignorance, and I'm loving it, mate. You crack on.
Of course, yes. So my point was,
why do you think then? Why do you think then that more and more countries are legalizing cannabis, Vincent?
Reese, you spend every single minute of every hour on these panels telling us how the government's killing you. The government's trying to starve you by not giving you money for fuck all. So you're this conspiracy theorist who thinks that the governments don't have your interests at heart. So maybe that follows into letting you all fucking smoke drugs. Did that not?
Why are you being so violent, Vince?
Sorry?
Why are you being so violent? You said fuck all. Like
I see what we did there,
So,
Niggy.
my issue as well is this.
Around on me, you're a genius. You're a genius, Niggy.
Vincent, you do know, pal, that I work, don't you? So I'm not on these panels all the time. You know that, don't you?
I didn't criticize anyone who works.
No. You said what you said was you're on these panels all the time. Is what you've just said. You're on these panels all the time, and I'm berating the government and saying that they're trying to starve me. No. What I'm saying is our entire system. It's not necessarily the government that's trying to starve me, but our entire system is set up to mean that the people at the bottom of the ladder have to work harder than the people at the top, and they get less reward for it.
Yeah, and whose fault is that?
You don't.
That's the fault of the people at the top that set the system up to benefit them.
Vincent,
I don't get what you're doing here, Reese. If you didn't work hard at school, if you didn't believe the teachers when they said work hard, you're going to need it later on. That's on you, isn't it?
I did okay in school.
Well, you've admitted quite a few times before you didn't achieve as much as you would like to. I don't know why you're going down.
I didn't achieve. Right. So in school, I did really quite well. I got good grades in my GCSEs. I got qualified to get into a good college. But once I was under my own volition and I was no longer mandated to have to attend classes, my stupid brain chose not to.
Reese, rather than us have to fucking listen to your life story, can we just reduce this and say you are forever saying that
the screen, Vince.
You are forever saying the governments are against us. Did you never consider them legalizing drugs?
Ask Vincent why breast milk contains cannabinoids.
No, I think that by criminalizing, I think that by criminalizing something that has,
we all have cannabinoids in us.
Yeah,
I think that
by legalizing
does that mean we should give babies cannabis? What's it called? Reefers to smoke, Niggy? Do you think we should give babies?
You are, Vincent. You're just reducing it down to an idiot level and expecting to be able to beat us with your experience, mate.
You are really a fool.
That's what you're doing. You like playing. I've said this about you before, Vincent. Debating with you is like playing chess with a pigeon, yeah? You knock all the pieces all over, shit on the board, and strut around like you fucking won.
You've used that argument about 20 times. Is that
I know I have, because it's very fitting for you, Vincent.
It is proven that Rick Simpson oil helps people with a lot of ailments.
Have you ever heard of
ministry? I've conceded that already. It does make that already. But hold on, let's just no. We're not talking about little old grandma with arthritis who takes a bit of CBD oil. We're talking about a group of people that do hard drugs and cannabis, rob old men at cash points, and are generally a scourge on society. Let's separate those two.
When were we talking about them? I was talking about decriminalising cannabis.
Opened up with Niggy. Do you not remember?
No. I never said he was smoking cannabis. I said he was a crackhead, mate. He was a crackhead.
Same thing.
No, a pothead and a crackhead are not the same thing, mate.
You wanted to legalise drugs, Reese. You didn't specify.
No. I wanted to legalise cannabis. I wanted to decriminalise the other substances for possession at a user level.
Yeah. I bet you'd want the government to hand it out for free as well, wouldn't you?
Listen, this is what I'm saying about you with your reductionist arguments and your arguments out of absurdity, Vincent. This is what your problem is. You're disingenuous as a debating opponent. You really are.
You are. It's a disappointment, I'll be honest, Vincent.
It is. And you said you were going to come on here and obliterate me. I'm still fucking waiting, Vincent. Get it on.
Thought you were doing right.
Well, you've been crying for the last 20 minutes, Reese. You're the one who's lighting up the room. I'm just talking calmly. I've made my argument.
I'm just passionate about fucking pulling you down, Vincent, because you need putting in your place.
How are you gonna do that?
How am I gonna do that? I don't know. I'll have to put this fucking giant intellect onto the task, won't I, Vincent? I'll figure
Reece, you're not
something
going
out.
to rage quit, are you? Just because I oppose. Just because I oppose.
I'm not going anywhere, mate. I've got a big bag of weed. I've got a nice cup of coffee and some fucking tobacco right next to me. I've got my cat sat between my legs, keeping me warm, mate. I'm here for night, pal.
Beautiful.
I'll dance with you until the pale moonlight, sweetheart.
Well, we're not really dancing, Reece.
Well, I'm not actually taking it that. I'm not actually taking it that personally, but yeah, I've got nothing to prove. But Vincent, you're a bit.
You give up already, Nicky.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, I've got nothing to prove.
Well,
but you
Nicky,
are.
whilst we're calm, whilst your blood pressure's down a little, let me point out.
I know your position,
We're going to...
Vincent. I know your position. And you're just fucking, you're a mentalist. You know nothing about what you speak.
Do you know what a mentalist is, Nicky?
Yes, mate.
Do you know what a mentalist is? It's a highly intelligent person who uses mind control.
That's
Do you know that?
Not the meaning that I have for you, my friend.
Well, that's what a mentalist is. So thank you for the compliment.
Well, you're welcome, but you can be assured it wasn't meant as a compliment.
Well,
okay.
Nicky,
I would actually say that narcissists.
See how animated they both are, folks. It's like I've taken away your drugs or something. You're both sort of gurning.
You're pathetic. It's no gonna work.
Well, you are.
You silly man.
Well, you are, Nicky. You are.
Away your drugs. Taking away your drugs. Okay.
It is.
You can have my drugs, Vincent, when you pry them from my cold, dead fingers.
Exactly.
You can have mine anytime.
Well, let's turn this around.
If you come round anywhere near me, I'll probably spike you, fucker.
The point that I came on to say was, you pointed out that we do have social issues within society with drug users, and I agree with you, Reece. It's not you, not Nicky, not anyone else on the panel, but the scumbags in society. But then to follow on with saying, well, we need to legalize shit and make it all more accessible and make it more sort of,
I'm not saying making it accessible.
It kills me.
If you get rid of the supply, by heavily criminalizing distribution and supply, then the amount of addicts that there are will decrease.
It doesn't.
It stands to reason. The only reason that we've got so many addicts is because it's so available. If it wasn't available,
no. What you do is you increase the amount of addicts because the black market starts to thrive where in cities or states where it's decriminalized. If it's legalized, it goes through
in places like Singapore,
decriminalization.
In places like Singapore, where you can be sentenced to death for possession.
I have done twice, Vincent. Decriminalisation means removing it from the statute books altogether.
What problems do
between legalisation?
I can't hold your hand anymore, mate. It's not
decriminalisation.
What problems do?
If you're too stupid to understand it, that's a problem you have. I'm afraid.
What problems does Singapore have with drugs, Vincent?
I thought you were a lefty. Lefty don't use insults.
Vincent,
not until they've lost the argument, Nicky.
No, Vincent, it's a problem you have. I can't
not even acknowledging me now
any more simply.
I am, Reece. I'm listening to you, but I've got Nicky on my back now.
I can't worried that I might be taking for you, Vincent. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So let me ask you a question, Vincent. Are you aware of Singapore's policy on drugs?
I am absolutely not, but I can assume it. They were shooting people. They were shooting the drug dealers.
If you no, that's in the Philippines. That's what that Duarte his name was.
Similar model.
You can get sentenced to death for smuggling like cocaine and heroin in, and I don't know if it's the same with cannabis, but it's certainly with those Class A drugs, what we consider Class A. They have the death sentence for distribution. Now, they don't have any problems within their communities with these drugs anymore because nobody's willing to run the risk.
Hey, mate, Singapore's full of it, mate. Absolutely. All them places.
The reason why, what was his name? Paredes. What was his name?
Drugs. And
the
there's
reason
a
why he put that law out is because the provinces, we're all competing.
Doesn't do any good whatsoever, mate. It's, as I say, it's demand led. People that are smuggling are doing it because they're getting paid good money by people who want to take drugs.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, here we go.
What have I done?
Hello, mate.
Oh, it's always entertaining when you step up, Jojo.
Listen, I get entertained. I get entertained with you two clowns all the time.
Jojo,
do you know what, Jojo? We are exactly that.
I'll be honest with you, Vincent. I'll be listening for 5 minutes, right? I have no idea what you're arguing about whatsoever. But I did find you're a mentalist. Big up the retard for telling Vincent he was sounding bad by using good terms. Like, if you're going to use words, know what they mean. Then he think, you know, you might end up like me, retarded, or at least look that way. You know what I mean? And that's for Reese. I noticed that you were like, I can't wait, Vincent. I can't wait to get down and dirty. Well, that's because you're gay. And you like to get down and dirty with males.
Oh, yeah, of course I do, Jojo. I will bum you any day you want, mate.
No, you'll not, because you can't find well. No homo. I'm not getting excited because Vincent's a mentalist and getting a bit dirty.
Do you like
the fact of the matter is, Jojo, that's not an insult to me. I'm comfortable in my own sexuality. You can't insult me by calling me gay.
You would not have told us all that you've got faggot tendencies if you weren't comfortable, to be fair. And that's why I felt comfortable using it, because you gave it to us on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's a bit like me getting upset because you called me a Mongo. You get what I mean? I'm not going to do that because I told you so. Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, right? I use it because I'm autistic, right? And you all know the reason why I can use it and you can't, because it's a bit like the N word. If I go off what the left say, I can't use the M word, but they can. I can use the M word, but you can't. But I don't get that upset about it because I gave you the fact that I was the M word. If you get what I mean, I told you so I was autistic, right? So if you use it against me, I can't get really that mad about it because I gave you the info. It's a bit like when Vincent found out my real name was Derek the first time ever, and he was like, "Oh my God, wow!" Remember that when Candy came on Mark Kelly's Vincent, and I had to like point you and track your body's direction and say, "You bet, come on." No, it was you. It was you. You were surprised, but it's like I say, it didn't make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Because I already gave it.
I don't have to justify my sexuality to anyone because I'm comfortable with who I am. I really am. You
didn't have to justify anything when you tell us. You told us all that you were that way inclined.
No, I'm not that way inclined, pal, and I'm not going to get offended by you insinuating that I am. This is what I mean.
It's all right.
You're trying to squeak my fucking red clown nose, Jojo, and I'm not going to squeak for you, pal. I'm not going to squeak. It's not an insult, mate. Someone's sexuality, someone's sexuality doesn't define who they are, pal.
Dude, I never said it did I? I just said I thought it was funny when you were saying the down and dirty shit. You know, that's what I said. You know what I mean?
If you want to make that insinuation, it's up to you. If you're accusing me of being gay, it's actually quite a compliment because what it means is that I'm attractive to both men and women.
That means you're a greedy bastard.
It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet, and there's sausages on the menu.
Well, keep that to yourself, bro. Keep that to yourself.
We'll have no sausages here.
Did anybody watch the obviously you did, the League of Gentlemen, because that was a reference, but Hillary Briss with his sausages.
Yeah.
With that sort of thing.
What was in those sausages? Do you know?
Villages?
According to the BBC, Jimmy Savile's victims.
Could have been worse. It could have been Jimmy Savile himself. No, it caused everybody to get nosebleeds.
Allegedly,
didn't it?
allegedly. I forgot the allegedly. You're right. You're right. I'll probably get struck for that. But you know,
I don't think there is. I don't think there is an allegedly with Jimmy.
no. I think that they were using allegedly all the time when they were saying he's done nothing, and then under their breath they were going allegedly.
Allegedly.
You know what I mean? I heard that's where it worked back in BBC back in the day. You know.
Well, they're facing pressure because allegedly, there's that word again. They were chauffeuring a 16-year-old girl to Russell Brand's doorstep.
Well, allegedly she's legal.
Yeah, but allegedly there's moral implications. Whether it's legal or not, there are moral and ethical implications.
Oh, just allegedly, Russell Brand is he's annoyed the state with his allegedness of how complicit they are in allegedly killing all your grannies, and that's not going to go down too good in the blame game that's forthcoming. It's China Spy for 2 years in a trot now, and all the other bullshit. Or who killed your granny?
You know, he's not going to be able to. He's not going to be able to use that as a defence in court. You know, he's not going to be able to say these allegations are ridiculous and I'm being targeted as a result of X, Y, Z.
He'll just have to answer them.
Because look at this week, yeah. Look at this week. They've banned those Just Stop Oil protesters for mentioning in their defence the reasons why they were doing it.
Yeah,
they're not allowed to explain their mitigating circumstances. And
of course, but
someone got arrested. Someone got arrested for standing outside the court with a sign that said that juries had the right to follow their conscience when it came to the verdict that they passed. So if the jury decided on their conscience that these people should be acquitted, they should be acquitted.
Nothing new that though, Reed. That's been done before.
But she was done for contempt. She's in jail. She was done for contempt for standing outside.
I know.
Yeah, but that happens all the time.
Nothing
it happens all the time. Nothing new. It's they can want to do what they want, but they have to get it past. Right? You think you live in a society, right? What society do you live in if it's not the law society? Because it's the law. The word society comes from the law society. That society you follow. Right, you follow the law society. That's where all the thing goes trailing all the way back to. The people that tell you what you're doing.
Look, we are a society of laws, aren't we?
Yeah, the word society comes from the law society. That's where it all comes from. Whatever society you think you're in, whatever society you think you're in, you're in a society that's based upon laws. Right? Maritime law, it's still a law. It's still the law society. Every fucking law has a society. It's always a law society.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Jojo, look at the etymology of the word. Right, so society. So you've got the root of it is socio. So socio means living in a group. Yeah. The combined, the body of people. That's what socio means. It's got nothing to do with laws. That's the Greek derivative root of the word.
Yeah, I understand how words are born. Right, and I understand, like, for example, the word citizen comes from ancient Greece, 6000 BC, and it meant you were free then. In the new world we live in, citizen means you're a fucking slave. You've got less rights as a citizen. A citizen's rights can be revoked at any time, and it can be given to you.
A citizen, at least a citizen has more rights than a subject, which is what we.
Well, you would think that, but it doesn't. Hence the Citizen Act. 1955 circa was invented so the fucking citizens could get similar rights as the subjects because they had less. Now in society, citizens now have more rights than subjects. Because what they did was, rather than lifting the Windrush's generation rights up, because they were citizens, that's when they got them, citizenship, right? Rather than lifting them up, they brought the subject status down. And if you didn't understand that, then there's no point in me explaining it anymore. And that's why Vincent says, well done. Yes,
does not.
a subject,
just
a
repeat
subject
it.
has irrefutable rights, whereas a citizen is given its rights by a government or corporation and can be revoked at any time. That's the definition. A subject has irrefutable rights. Irrefutable rights. Rights they cannot revoke.
I mean, in real life, does it matter?
In real life, it does, it does. Like, why do you think I didn't pay gas and electric? Why do you think I didn't pay gas and electric? I'll tell you why I didn't pay gas and electric, because I'm not a fucking citizen. I'm a subject. Yeah, but I've got mere rights. I've got mere rights. No, it's true. You asked me what is the difference does it make? Because I know if I was a citizen, they would be able to force me to pay such bills. It's because I'm a subject and I took that subject status as an oath of allegiance to the Queen and heirs that it gave me subject status. None of you are a subject anymore. You all were told you were subjects when you were wee, when they put God Save the Queen on at the end of BBC channels. You've all been sold that citizen is best, but in actual fact, you're all getting fucked over because you're all running about going, I've got citizenship, and they're like, yeah, fuck you, we're taking it after you now, go fuck off. And you've got no leg to stand on because you said you're a citizen. You took that role. Whereas I said, go fuck that role, keep it away, get it away from me, that's not me. I ain't a fucking scumbag slave, I'm a fucking subject. Fuck off.
You've been not paying for your electric.
I've never paid for it for over 10 years. I can produce a bill right now for 13.5 grand if you want to see it. And it's not like I can't do it because everybody's seen it a couple of years ago at 10k.
Right.
And I'll produce it right now.
Oh, so you do owe it then?
I've seen it, Joe. You don't.
They agree that you owe it.
No,
I don't pay it. I don't need to pay it. Yeah, you're not paying fake bills because you're citizens, no subjects. You're following acts.
Ministry, I'm going to jump off now. Joe, thank you for coming on and calming down these two drug addicts. It's very
Take it like that was what you're arguing about then, right? Okay.
Enjoy your ciggies, Vincent. Enjoy your ciggies, mate.
I'll be listening. If you say anything else ridiculous, Reese, I'll be back.
See you in half an hour, Vincent. See you in half an hour, Vincent.
So yeah, how does that affect your credit status then, Jojo?
Say it again?
How you doing, Minister?
How about your credit status?
I got my defaults listed.
So it hasn't affected your credit status?
Nah, because it's like, listen, did I realise that it's a fucking right, you goons? Look, you're not governed by, listen, think about it this way, right? Acts are not law. They're only given the power of law when consented by the governed, right? Now, you all go to work and you must consent with acts of parliament, right? Because you're working, right? Because businesses must comply and everybody who works for the business must comply. You believe that's a law because at work it's a law, but when you go home, yeah, it's not a law anymore, guys, because you're not at work.
Are they chasing you for money, though?
Yeah, I've been chased by every fucking credit reference agency. Every one of the bailiffs have been in my door. The police have been there with the bailiffs day. They get told, fuck off. I now get took to court when they want a warrant, right? They don't take me to my local sheriff court, which they must do. I've been took to Glasgow, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, and Falkirk's my local one. But then I deal with it that way because they're breaking their rules by going out with the local one because I've already dismissed it in the local one. Aye, so they try and take me everywhere else, and I go and get that chucked out too, because they've got to take you to your local establishment, and that tells the clerks when you phone up and deal with this shit. You don't just sit there and ignore it. You're actually proactive. Go fuck yourself because of this, this, and this. And if you continue with this, this, and this, I'm going to sue you, the clerk. I'm going to sue you for restricting my rights. I'm going to sue you for making me a citizen rather than a fucking subject. Yeah. It's as simple as that. I've got 10,000 people in my district doing it along because Alex and Adamson's the sheriff officers here, kind of bailiff folks. Aye, yeah, that's like Marsden's equivalent up here. And I've spoke to people who work in it and I've asked them. I've said, how many folk are doing it now? And I was told 10,000 when I was sitting in a post office waiting to pick up my disability benefit.
Okay.
Which is the reason why I do it, right? Because I wouldn't have as nice an existence if I had to pay that fake bill. I wouldn't have it as easy as what you all think I've got it, but you know,
if I didn't pay my bills.
Yeah, of course, but I pay every other bill. I pay real bills.
Huh?
I pay real bills, just no fake ones, and I didn't pay for rights. Your gas and electric bill's a fake bill. It's no real. It's no legal and lawful. Well, I'll tell you how.
You consume
well, nah.
And you consume the product. So you must go for that, sure.
Yeah. Check it out. I'll tell you how, right? To be illegal and lawful, key point, legal and lawful, right? You can be legally killed as a soldier on a false exercise, but it's unlawful. Government still gets shit for it, right? And mummy and daddy get a wee bit more, a wife gets a wee bit more coin, right? Because they did it unlawfully. Like, let you die, right? As a soldier. Right, so you know that if it's no lawful, but it's legal, it doesn't make it right, yeah? Right? Courts. Right. You've got a bill. To be a legal and lawful bill of sale, you need 7 points of identifying information. Right? Fact. Go research it. You'll find online UK Gov bits of legislation where it tells you this, right? Now you print that off. Then you go look at your utility statement. And if you look at it, there's only 5 of those unique identifying pieces of information you require. So it's a legal bill, but it's unlawful because it doesn't meet lawful requirements, but it makes legal requirements. What makes you think for 1 second that bill is going to be forcefully made to be paid by a magistrate if you walk in there with the paperwork saying, well, in order to be legal and lawful, you need these 7 points. This has only got 5. I'm not paying an unlawful bill of sale. What happens then? What do you think happens in the real world in a court?
The magistrate would go brush you aside and just make his decision anyway.
Magistrate will tell you that the magistrate will tell you.
What I can't get over is that you've used the goods. You've had your gas or whatever it was, and you've used it.
It's a right.
Can I
It's a right.
actually
It's a
engage
right.
a point here?
It's a right. It's a right.
Can I engage a point here? I actually agree with Jojo on this particular subject. I believe that our modern existence requires us to have access to certain amenities in order for us to be able to live.
It's a right in
in order
Scots
to be able
law.
to live with dignity and in good health. Yeah,
It's a right
So we
in
are
Scots
we
law.
are required to have hot water in order to be able to clean ourselves and clean our clothes.
It's a
we
right.
are- and the only way to acquire those
kind
things.
of way diversifying way off that though, isn't it?
Think about it this way. Think about it this way, right? I know for a fact there's people that are on YouTube with videos right now showing you all how you can pay your gas and electric bill with a blue thumbprint, super gluing information to the counterfoil that they send you, right? Aye, and put in certain words on it. Because in the year 1700 or whatever it was, when we went bankrupt, yeah, that's how you used to get your free shit, people. Getting the stuff that people bailed this country out, no kings, right? And that's how you got your rights, man. You're not collecting these rights. Also, the article of the Crown states that Scotsmen's rights must be afforded to an Englishman, Englishman to Scotsman, right? Everybody understands that. And when Boris Johnson tried to prorogue Parliament, he was told you can't trample on Scots law. And they went, what one? They went, any fucking one you want. You can't just pick and choose. Well, here, check this out. You've got a right to hot and cold running water in Scots law. You've got a right to a home in Scots law. Right now, as you all know, for universal credit, this SNP government don't like it because most people in Scotland that claim it and get a rent component are keeping it. They're keeping the rent money from the council for a maximum of 6 months a year. It's a 12-week rotation. That's why they don't like it. But you have a right to a home. What flows through your central heating if it's not hot water? How do you fucking heat it? It's gas and electric. Cool. That's a right in this country right now. That's why your bills, no, in your country, the article of the Crowns is why Boris Johnson could not prorogue Parliament. What was the reason he was given? You cannot trample on Scots law. Bojo went, what one? And the Supreme Court of the UK went, any fucking one you want.
He did prorogue Parliament, didn't he?
He did, and he got trouble for it, and it got reneged. It got reinstated, and he was told, you're not allowed to do that by the Supreme Court. And he had to go put it back up. And the reason was
it's me,
because
mate.
it's Scots law.
I'm just trying to address the timeouts, and I'm jumping off. So later on.
There's no point addressing me anything, right? If it's about me, you get me when I'm live, and I will be back live again in less than a couple of days. So you can come and see me then, or you can do a live yourself and tag me in it if you're going to moan about me timing you out like you were bitching the other night there on your live.
No, he's just evening, Jace. I got you, dude. No, he's just whinging. Like him and Ice have got a thing going on, and
yeah, he was
Ice
whinging about me putting him backstage the other night there on his live too, wasn't he?
You know
what I mean? Because I was timing him out and putting him backstage. I thought he was going to give me shit because he was greeting about me on his live over the other night there.
I think you're right about the bills because that's why they don't want you to have quarterly. They want you to have the smart meters so you can't.
Yeah, so they can cut you off. Yeah, there's no blag in it. It's so you can't force their hand.
Yes,
that's the difference.
Yeah,
because once you get to my stage, where you literally use the law against them and say, well, no, that's superseded by that. See you later. There's nothing they can do. All they can do is threaten you, bring the police round, try and fit a fucking prepay, which is a smart meter now. That's all they can do. But you don't allow that to happen. You don't consent. You say no, you peacefully resist. The minute they touch you, that's it over. It's over. The bill's gone. The minute they touch you,
I didn't pay my water bill for 30 years, yeah. Then I ended up paying it, yeah. And now I'm at a stage where I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'm not paying it. So we're going to go through the whole process again. You know?
Well, I didn't pay it. I didn't pay water rates.
Well, I didn't pay it for 30 years.
Up here it states that water rates shall be collected under the guise of council tax. And the word guise means fake, misrepresentation, lies. So I turn up at court with the legislation and say, I don't pay fake bills, lying bills.
How you doing, man? How
you
doing, Nicky?
None of you should be paying for water. It's a right in Scots law. And you're all entitled to the same stuff I'm entitled to be fair. You've just got to make sure you get it by saying no and pointing out what you're entitled to have. To be fair.
Yeah, it just worries me that this big bill is following you around.
Of course it does.
Someday someone's going to get pissed off.
Yeah, of course.
Have to pay for this. You know.
Yeah, of course. Check this out. Check this out, right? No, it doesn't make a difference.
Peace of mind with this.
Nah, I wouldn't have to do that. What I can do, right, is I can actually utilise the Scottish Debt Act 2005 as amended, 1998 as amended, which states that if you let me get above $4,500, you're an irresponsible lender. That's what you get classified as. Irresponsible lender. What do irresponsible lenders get? That's a loan shark, guys. What do they get? Fuck all. Zipped out zero. So if you hold out long enough, you keeping your rights intact, then they become an irresponsible lender. Go check out irresponsible lenders in English law. You'll find it's more severe than Scots law. Yeah. You've got to realise this stuff. You have to realise that for everything that they scam you with, there is an out in the legislation they publish that tells you must do it.
And the other thing is, you don't have to answer your door to anyone. You know.
I've got a question for you, Jojo. So if you keep getting letters that are addressed to the occupier,
no, they come to me. They come to my name.
No, but I'm saying in this scenario, you get letters that are addressed to the occupier.
Aye.
When you first move into a house, because you know you haven't registered with the gas and electricity company that you've moved into the address.
Yeah.
So, obviously, they're sending bills that are addressed to the occupier. That's not a lawful bill, is it?
It's not going to be. It's not a bill. It's a statement. It's still missing. Well, the occupier, they might use the occupier as like a ghost name. Yeah, right. Like every jail has. You'll understand this. Every jail has a ghost address. It has a real address, doesn't it? Like a street name and a number. Right. Yeah. If I want to pass any credit check, I'll use that and say I've been there for 3 years and I'll pass any credit check in the UK because you can't actually blacklist a prison. And it doesn't show up as a prison, it's hence the reason it's a ghost address, right? Yeah? It's the exact same thing when they send you in for the occupier, just hand it back, return to sender. Not known. I don't know the occupier. I'm not the occupier.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Nah, I gotta send them back. Put not known on the thingway and hand it back to your fucking postman. They'll send it back. It'll cost they fuckers money. Anytime you get junk mail, send the junk mail back to the people to get it for. Give it back to the thingway. Get it back. Put it back in the post box. Send it back to them.
I've had meter readers come to the door and they've said that they've come to read the meter. And I've said to them, oh, that's great. Okay. Do me a favour. You need to make an appointment
Yeah, you can do
In
that.
order
To,
in order to read the meter, you need to make an appointment. Have your office call me.
Yeah, but they do have a legal responsibility. I think it's 18 months for gas and 3 years for electricity to provide a meter reading at least once in that time frame in the UK. You have a legal responsibility as a dweller of the property. They don't say property, or they say dweller of the property on the ledge. I used to work for gas and electric companies. I set up Scottish Power Sales Agency and that for them down in Manchester and shit. I'm quite well versed with Ofgem and... What was the other one? They used another one, but it was a lass called Anne Robinson that ran it, but it wasn't Anne Robinson.
What legislation governs the fact that you have to submit a gas and electricity reading?
It's in the Gas and Electric Act. Gas and Electric Act. It's the same, like what happened.
Hang on. Am I not only subject to that if I am a customer of the gas and electric company?
Nah. What happens is the company, right? The REC, the Regional Electricity Company, right? Like for you would be whoever your local one is. For me, Scottish Power, right? Aberdeen, Scottish Hydro, London Electric, right? For example, the REC have the requirement, right? And that's why they send the folk out. But if you if you don't allow them to come in or don't provide it yourself, right? They will go and get a warrant to put your door down to get such said meter checked. And they will put the onus on you to pay for it because they have paid people to come round. Bear in mind, it's no longer your energy company that reads your meter. It's Acureed or it's Morrison's Construction.
Right. But I understand that. But I mean, in order to get a warrant, surely they have to have a name in which the warrant is issued.
Nah, there was a warrant against the address. I should have warrant against the address. Listen, bear in mind that they didn't actually issue a real warrant. There's no real warrants issued when the bailiffs come round your house either. There's nothing. Even when the police come round with a warrant to apprehend because you've not paid your fine or some shit, right? Or not turned up for community service. There ain't a real warrant there either.
Doesn't stop them, though, does it?
No, of course no. But like, if you don't comprehend a lot of that stuff, right? Yeah, you're going to fall for the tactic, which is based upon fear. I've got to take your telly. That's the fear. You know, but I live in Scotland. They can't take nothing out of your house anyway, bailiffs. Can't take fuck all off you up here. They can't do nothing. They can't come in my house.
No,
not even
that we're not paying the council tax on half the building, and they've had to accept it because we can't physically do it. So we've just told them you ain't having it till we move, and they've accepted that. I think.
Yeah, like you can't even if they've got you with liabilities and all that kind of stuff up here, right? They come around your house, the bailiffs. They can't take fuck all of you up here. They can't take nothing. Can't they fuck all? We're well protected up here. You know why? Because we gave your country the law. England only became whole and unified when Scotland, the elder sister sibling, who had been lawful, one nation, as one, for many hundred years beforehand. Well, no, really, when you think about it, with King James, you know why you have royal bail? Because the Edinburgh Lords were pissed off, right? So Edinburgh is the oldest. Edinburgh is the oldest parliament. It's also the oldest lawful society as well.
Still a Welshman.
And that's why, of course, but that's why we're protected, because our laws are more evolved than the English laws, and they were centralised on protecting the Scots, and that was mostly because we were fighting with the English.
Why do they call your present legislative body a devolved government?
Because it's only devolved. It's not a real parliament. They passed legislation in the Scottish Parliament, as it's now known as, right at the start. Right, this is part of the deal which gave you the 5 oil fields on the East Coast when you moved the water boundary rather than coming straight out and now goes northeast. Right, there's 5 oil fields in there that obviously swapped. Right now, what they stated was we'd like to call it a parliament so it's more palatable for the indigenous Scots. It is nothing more than an enhanced assembly. Right, Northern Ireland has an assembly, Wales has an assembly. We have an enhanced assembly which has more devolved powers. It's not a real parliament, it's an enhanced assembly. It's part of the charade. I mean, the First Minister of Scotland happens to be a member of the King's Privy Council. Say again?
Can the Scottish government?
Yeah, we can raise our own. We can raise our own taxes. Yeah, we have to keep them in line with the UK's, but we can go above or below with certain things. We now control certain amounts of DWP stuff ourselves. We've got our own job centres back open in Scotland, whereas you're all getting yours shut down. We're opening them up, for example.
Well, the only ones that they're shutting down in England are the ones that were situated to respond to the pandemic, because they needed to have social distancing. So they had bigger offices, with people more spread out, so they could do the social distancing.
Ah, is that what it was? I can't shut down all the hours. They shut down all the hours up here.
They were like overflow offices, to accommodate not more people coming in, but allow the people that were coming in to have more social distancing, and the people working there as well.
Yeah. You know that every DWP office, right, is actually rented, not owned, and it's all rented for G4S. And that was done when Theresa May was in the Home Office. She sold every DWP building to G4S and rented it back, and actually spent more money in 3 years on rent than what she got the first year for buying them all. But her husband's on the board with G4S, so that's the reason why, obviously. Yeah. That's about 10 years ago, so there's no other DWP building left that's government owned in England, Wales, or Northern Ireland. They're all owned by G4S and have been for over a decade, to be fair. So those overflows, they're just extra rental money for G4S. Well, the overflows were the DWP buildings, were they? They were G4S. And they paid extra money in rent for them. Just a scam. They're still shutting them down.
My town centres.
These stories are literally machine gunning wads of money at each other while we fucking stand and watch.
They are. That's exactly what's happening. That's a great way of putting it, mate.
Asset relocating, asset stripping. That's all it is. Asset stripping. Taking anything that you've got a stakeholder in as a subject or citizen, whichever way you want to look at it, right?
Did you see that?
And selling it off. That's all it is. All been for the last 2 decades.
Did you see the footage of Rishi Sunak at that barbecue, where he's giving a speech and he goes, we inherited a spending formula from the Labour Party that put money into deprived communities, and we fixed that so that money comes to places like this. And obviously he's running in one of his own constituencies, you know what I mean? And
to be fair, right? I watched that, and I do remember specifically the constituent that he was in is one of the shittest places in the fucking East Anglia area, in the Eastie, the little Brit. And what he actually stated was, right, now I ain't a fucking Tory by any means, but I will call it bullshit when I see it, regardless of any party, right? And you're playing Labour Party politics here. What he stated was, I have reallocated a percentage of that Labour funding model, which basically put all the funding into certain areas and no funding whatsoever, or that small amount of funding that the councils that were nice places before, guys, 20 years ago, they're not that nice anymore. Do you know why? Because they council elders have been using their overspend. They've been using their rainy day money because they've been getting £0. So what he did was, I think it was in the region about 15 or 25%. He allocated the 100% funding and said, I'm going to divert that to places that actually used to be really good 20, 30 years ago that are now shitholes. And you all know exactly where I'm talking about, South East Coast. There's plenty of wee villages down there that are shitholes, just full of junkies now. Right? It's because they've not had any funding. You can't sit and play party politics when the shitholes are fucking looking really good and the places that were good are looking like shitholes. You can't just turn around and say that that's all right, man. Fuck it. There's a couple of cunts with hooses there that could get robbed. That'll be fine. You get what I mean? You can't do that. Well, you're saying that what you're trying to say is they're stealing money for the poor, but they're not. They're reallocating funds to where it now needs to be deployed, because they've been deployed every bit of the funds that are allocated to that pot. Terry's areas. You're talking to a guy that got brought up in Broomhouse, mate. And I know what it's like there now. It's the same people are in it, but it's nice. It's smart as fuck. Aye, yeah. It's not got burnt out cars anymore and all the rest of it. It's got play parks for ways to play in. They've got new hoosies rather than the flats. They've brung down. Now, where did all that money came from? The Tory government allocated it, or the Labour government allocated it due to that funding model. That funding model's now needed elsewhere. And it's places that historically have been known for being well off that are now the shitholes of this country. And that's, whether you like it or not, that's the balance that has to be kept.
How economic deprivation is measured, is basically by the average GDP of the people that live in a particular constituency.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're seeing is in a lot of the mainly conservative areas, they tend to be quite rural, typically, traditionally. So you'll have one or two large landowners in that constituency and a few villages with small estates and stuff on. Is this pretty much what I'm saying? They used to be quite nice, but now they've got to the point where through lack of investment, they've degraded and become undesirable places to live.
Yeah, of course, but like that's what I'm saying. These places now need that funding for that pot. That Labour funding model that gives it to degenerative areas, right? And what I'm saying to you is, for the last 20, 30 years, right, nothing's went up in line with inflation, right? You can't just expect the government to just add more money to a pot, right? They have to work within their means, like they tell us to live within their means, right? Now, obviously, it doesn't happen all the time, especially when it comes to their wages, because they just keep going up, right? Different subject. But when it comes to allocating funds that they ultimately collect for us, governments don't make money. When they do, it makes it worse for us. It's called quantitative easing. They collect it and allocate it. I'm wanting them to allocate that money fairly, even though I grew up in a scheme that all that pot would have been put towards. It would have been schemes I grew up in Edinburgh that got that fund. Of course, they can't keep fucking chucking it in the one direction. At some point, you have to say 10% has to go there now. Fucking 8% has to go there now.
They are doing. They fucking are doing.
Of course, but whether you like it or not, that doesn't mean it's going to work. You know? And nobody likes change, I get that. I'm just saying that all I'm trying to say is
that was trippy,
of
Minister.
Course.
That was very trippy.
All I'm trying to say is, right, we can't moan at them for removing some funding for areas that have had funding for decades to get them where they are, because areas that haven't been getting it, because they used to be nice and affluent, are now like shitholes. They have to be looked after.
Why aren't they funding all of it then?
Because they are spending it all. It's just that they never allocated, right? See that pot, whatever it's called, right? Yeah, fucking Ned Area Development Fund, for argument's sake, right? Obviously, it's not called that, but it could be. It's government. You never know, right? There's 100% of that pot. The 100% of that pot was only going to certain areas for decades, right? And it was never going to affluent areas and like the southeast and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Now some of these affluent areas need some of that pot because
so
certain
why
areas
haven't they fucking given it to all of them?
Being puffy.
Because there's only a certain amount of money. You've got two options. Do you want to pay more tax?
All right.
Do you want to pay? Right. You get what I'm saying? If you want to add more money to the pot, you're going to have to put it into the pot.
It's not like that. It's not just like if you go one thing, you have to pay more tax somewhere else. This country's got loads of money, mate. It's not.
Of course it has. Of course it has. But this country's bankrupt right now. This country's bankrupt.
There is enough money to pay for all of it, mate. There's enough money.
Listen, let's be fair. If you want to be smart about it,
the extra 40 hospitals that they lied about, there's enough money to pay for all.
Yeah, of course. But look, of course, right?
Enough money for all of it, mate. They just
of course, but
fairly.
Look, look at it this way, right? You pay the money, you don't allocate it, right? Okay. What? Do you think there's such a law called tax law? Do you know there's no such law called tax law? And do you know DW? Do you know the taxman's motto? Tax doesn't need to be taxing. Do you know why? Because unless you're PAYE, you don't need to pay tax. There's not one bit of law. There's not one law. There's not one law that says you have to. The only people that pay tax the only people that are paying tax are PAYE. The business owners don't pay tax. You know, Netflix doesn't pay tax. Nobody pays tax. The only people that pay tax are the fucking lowest of the low.
Yeah. PAYE,
And that's because they believe acts are law.
The money isn't that tight that when you say like we could fund these areas, you don't have to have a tax hike because of that. You could fund them anyway. We know.
No, but that's the argument. That's the argument's sake, right? But we know they spend the money on other things called champagne, caviar, and meals in Westminster, right?
Well,
they've got a fucking subsidised cafe for fuck's sake.
Writing off £4 billion, £4 billion they're not going to get back over PPI and stuff.
Of course.
That kind of fucking money. Tories, I wouldn't.
But if you also, it's not just the PPI; it's the business bounce back loans that a lot of businesses took advantage of, and then
they're going to fail.
They're not paying too.
Yeah, but they'll fail, and that works into the government's mantra because UK.plc is already going through fire sale. The receivers are coming in; they're throwing the company to the wall.
There's no else to sell. They've already. Maggie Thatcher stripped all his assets. She nationalised fucking everything. The only thing that's left is the NHS and the schools. Oh, maybe the police force.
Bombs and bullets in your kids. Bombs, bullets in your kids. The police force is already privatised.
The army. They could fucking privatise the army. They could sell it off.
Wouldn't do that. That's not their army. It's not theirs. It's not the government's. You do ken that.
Yeah, I know. It's the King's army.
It's the King's Army. They don't take orders for the government. That's the King's Army, bro. And all the funding for that, comes through the King. The other government might pay it, but it's the King that owns every fucking one of us. The King owns your house. He owns the house, the land it sits on. He owns the landowner.
It's him you take the oath.
It's the King that owns it all. That's why you get a compulsory buyback scheme. Yeah.
I know it's not the same thing, but I took an oath when I were in Air Cadets.
It's not the same thing, but that wouldn't really count because, it's kids, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I still took it seriously, you know.
It would have been the same.
And I learned some good life lessons there, you know, the importance of being a good citizen, for example.
Well, I wouldn't use the word citizen being a subject.
Well,
you only get subject because your oath says
what I mean.
A subject. I wouldn't. Honestly, the word citizen, I detest it. It means slave, and you're all running about calling yourselves slaves. You're all running about wearing masks.
It doesn't matter, does it? You know, it's just
social perception.
Effectively slaves, aren't we? We are effectively slaves.
Just a word.
Think about it this way. Right? It doesn't really matter. No, it does. Right? If you agree to what they're saying, if you call yourself a citizen, you're telling them that you're thick as fuck and you're primed and you're ready to be took over. If you were wearing a mask during, like, for example, no, I get that, but think about it this way, right? Everybody wearing masks during the flu season, they took that as a sign of consent and they ran with it and they made it worse. The more people wearing masks, the worse it got, because they were taking that mask wearing as a sign of consent and a sign that you're a slave. Masks are synonymous with slaves. Well, every slave owner throughout history, regardless of what tribe they've been fucking from, they've always put masks on their slaves. They've always hindered the way that they talk.
Come on, man.
Fact. Yeah, what do you think it was?
So
you were a slave to fear. COVID was nothing more than an intelligence test. That's what it was. It was to see how far down the line we are as a nation, how much we have been conditioned. Do you believe for 1 second in the 80s when I grew up? I'm born in 1980, right? So I can only talk for maybe 84, but I can remember shit really rather than snip packets to the 90s, right? Do you believe for 1 second they would have got away with that shit with your mum and dad, my mum and dad, my granny? Fuck off with what they just did for 3 years. Lockdowns.
Yes, mate.
No, they wouldn't have. No, they wouldn't have. Folk would have kicked off at that. Folk would have kicked off at that.
Come on, man. Okay, so I was born in the 50s, and I know how people were. People would kids would not dare say boo to adults. Adults would fucking agree to fight and stuff.
Respect for authority with the British way, wasn't it?
All that
until the 80s. Until the 80s and the 70s and 80s, and you had your mining strikes and all the rest of it. They would not have got away with it.
Skinheads, mainly. Skinheads.
Let's be fair, right? Why do you think they targeted the elderly? Because the elderly remember fascism. Yeah, I think that's what it was. To be fair, I never celebrated Armistice Day once. They wanted me to celebrate Poppy Day whilst without the right to work, whilst without the right to travel, and they're talking about issuing papers. Go fuck yourself. That is fascism. It's a fact. And the only people that were targeted in the beginning were the elderly and the meek and the weak. And because the elderly knew what fascism was. It was them that lost their dads or their brothers or sisters or aunties or uncles to beat fascism.
What was fascism?
Well, look, think about it. You're not allowed to leave your house. You're not allowed to work. You're not allowed to travel. And we might be asking you to produce some paper soon to say you can be out your house. That is fascism.
I think you're right. So,
by the minimum definition, that's fascism.
No.
Papers, please.
I
know what fascism is. Fascism's not the far right, mate.
I know what fascism is.
Not me.
It's not me.
No, it's not you, mate.
I'm going to mute.
Can't see, I've got a headset on.
That's ultra.
Of course it was. Of course it was. Of course it was.
Evening, Alec.
No, so what were you saying, Jojo?
Just the fact that it was weird that people were wanting to celebrate Poppy Day whilst without the right to work, without the right to travel, and they're going to ask you for papers soon. That is fascism.
Right. So I think you're mistaking.
How you doing, man?
I think you're mistaking authoritarianism.
No, it's fascism.
No. Right. So the two often occur together, but they're not the same thing.
No,
Authoritarian. You can have authoritarian. You can have authoritarian dictatorships that aren't fascist, such as communist authoritarianism. It's what defines fascism as fascism is the merger of the corporate and the state.
Yep. And what happened there?
That was the definition that was given.
Yep. And that's what happened.
Benito Mussolini, who was widely considered to be the father of fascism.
That's what happened. That's what happened. That's what happened. How many governmental people made so much money on PPC?
Well, that's what.
How many government?
The pandemic lockdown, when they're just conditioning us ready for.
Yep.
Like Joe said, having to carry fucking a digital card or paper wherever we go.
They tried to all get some sort of ID card, didn't they?
They're doing it right now.
Be any paying anymore. It's just going to be scan who you are, and it'll take it directly from your fucking bank.
And what you've also got, guys. What they've also got, guys, right? If you paid attention to the Prime Minister when he was Chancellor, when he told you about our new currency, the pound's dead. We're getting a new currency, aren't we? Right? It's going to be backed up by the Bitcoin. It's going to be a hybrid gold standard thing, right? And he told you, you're all going to get a Bank of England account. Yeah, that's where kings and queens have banks accounts and countries. You're going to get given one, and you're also going to be getting a universal basic income. I'm going to suggest that's going to be on that Bank of Scotland account, guys, and that Bank of Scotland account is going to be contactless only, no fucking cash at that point, yeah? And that's your social credit score. What do you think, like, online safety bill, right? I was in talking to Torbs the other day about that, right? And I saw somebody, one of your mods ministry, right? He's cold as ice, right? Quite thick. He said the online safety bill's just about protecting the kids. Go and read the legislation for it. They'll tell you that the encryption shit for reading for paedophiles and messages, there is no technology for it, and we'll implement it when the technology becomes available. Yeah, so they can actually, like, you send a picture, you send a certain word. It doesn't just blanket hoover up everything, right? It only gets that shit. So if the online safety bill is just for protecting kids, even though technology's not there, then what they implement, it's already implemented. It's live. It's just to go live this Christmas. If it's just for kids and it's no for everything else, because they need the online safety bill there as part of your social credit score. You're going to get shit for what you're saying on social media.
Exactly.
It needs to be tied in.
It's going to be used as a tool to control dissent, isn't it?
Yes, of course, but it's only, like I say, Ice Chain said the other day there, it's just to protect the kids. But the technology's not there to protect your kids.
It's never just to protect fucking kid.
Exactly, but the legislation says the technology's no there for what he says it's there today. So what is it there today? It's pretty simple, isn't it? Even he can figure it out. But he's never read it. But like most folk, they'll no read this shit. When I talk about legal and lawful bills of sale, I bet you about 3 people who, like, if there's 100 listed, would actually go and see if they could find out the difference.
Thing is, only
Most people won't.
People are busy keeping a fucking roof over their house, mate.
Of course,
a roof
of course.
over their head.
Oh, we're all
People have got
distracted
time
and
to study this shit. People are just
we're like mushrooms. We're kept in the dark and fed on bullshit.
Of course. But you've got legs. You've got legs, ain't you? So you can walk outside into the light anytime you want.
Hey?
Aye.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
You get what I mean? He says, we're like mushrooms. We're being treated like mushrooms. We're kept in the dark. And I'm saying, but you do have legs. You can walk outside into the light anytime you want. You can leave that mushroom shed. You don't have to stay there when they put you in it. You can walk out anytime you want. If you're just being like a mushroom, then you're a human being with feet, bro. Just walk out. Make that choice. Just say no.
You made him rage quit.
Just say
shit. It looks like I made Ministry rage quit too. Holy shit, man!
You upset him.
Oh my god, you talked him right out.
You know, but like I say, that's it. I've got nothing else to say on the bar. Everybody's left.
Yeah,
have that effect. How to clear a panel in 35 minutes.
Just put surf on.
Oh, surf. He's hard work sometimes. I was over on live when Ron's the other night there, wasn't I? And I was like quiet a lot of it because some of the stuff I can kind of associate with him. You know what I mean? Some of it I can't though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's all right. He's harmless.
I've got an understanding. I've got an understanding of what we're dealing with. You know, it's sheltered life, isn't it? You know, that's all.
But he's got very similar issues with tissues as what I've got. He's just like he's not been in the army for a young age. He never grew up in a fucking scheme where everybody was wanted like they fuck with each other and all the rest of it, can fight all the time. He's not grew up like that.
Yeah.
He's not had that chucked into the deep end of the pool. If you get what I mean.
Yes,
so
I do.
I do get a wee bit of association with him sometimes because I can see because some social things are gone for me. I don't understand everything. Even sometimes when I get pulled up, like I kind of go, what, fuck off, no way, all the time. But there is a few times where I'm like, what the fuck are these cunts moaning about? Like really? Are you fucking kidding me? What? You know what I mean? To be honest, I didn't get it.
Yeah, at least you can say, oh, if I was in that position, you got some understanding of it's totally different from how I was brought up and you was brought up. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's totally different.
Yeah,
and he's not going to react the same way. And he's like, I do think though, I've said that loads of times. Ron will tell you this. I think that he could be one of the YouTube's biggest trolls, and he's just taking the cunt out of us all.
Yeah, someone said that the other day. Mr. Deegan.
I'm telling you, there's a few that actually think it for a while. Because one of the things I noticed was we were speaking about the Spunky thing, right? And he went on the last time I was on the panel with Ron. He went on for about 45 minutes trying to say that Spunky was never did this and Spunky was like no like that, right? And we were like, nobody said that. Like nobody said that. Exactly. You know what I mean? We were like to him.
I seriously, who are we talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter if you didn't care, don't worry about it because like folk will get upset.
Oh,
I mean, it's all right. It's not like
how you been, Berkey? Anyway, how you been?
All right, mate.
Good stuff.
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
You seen EA audits lately?
Huh?
Have you seen EA audits lately?
I've seen little bits of what he's doing. He's difficult to follow at the moment. I'm not sure what he's up to.
Right,
stalker.
He's just stalker. Fucking washing machine. What is it he's got? He puts his head in when he's being the robot.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't bother anymore. Don't bother. Okay. Me and Shirley, we decided to leave. Different times, different places, but we've left.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's good to see you about, fella. You're always a solid bloke. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's nice of you to say. It's nice to see you. Oh, mate.
Yeah. It's good.
It's Scotland.
It's nice to have. I tell you, it's nice to have chilled chats, isn't it?
Yes,
in Scotland, if somebody says you're solid, they mean you're thick. They don't mean you're hard.
Ah, see how
Hey,
different
you're a
technology.
mentalist.
That honestly, like seriously, that
That's where you
that made
came
me
in.
laugh. It reminded me of somebody, right, who tried to like say that, like, was trying to say that somebody was being an asshole, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
some years back. That Kenny was like, you fucking connoisseur," and I was like, "What? What?
No,
A connoisseur? Connoisseur? That means he's shit hot at something, bro. What are you talking about? What the fuck, dude? You can't use that word."
Calling each other mentalists.
Fucking hell. Everybody's back.
Here where we are in North Wales.
Where have you two been?
I disappeared to make my missus cup of tea and that. So
I thought that.
I just kicked myself off.
My head's wooden. My head's wooden. Fucking come up here and say that to my face, you spastic.
You slag.
You fucking
Yeah,
div. I'll fucking knock your eye straight, you div. You know what I mean?
Precious!
Precious! Send me money.
He got me the other day there too when I was on Tom's. He's like, "Listen, what we were listening to you for, you failed the intelligence test." I was like, "You old bastard." It's like, oh, God.
Big up, Gamer. Big up.
You get him on a good day.
This is
be
the only
alright.
place
Get him on
I'll
a bad
ever-
days. I can't. know what I mean?
Oh yeah. He
This is the only
got
place
booted off loads the other day. He loves it, doesn't he? He knows the word not to shout. So.
Oh, cat, fuck off the pad. I fucking hate that. Sorry.
What happened to my chuckies? You never put my chuckies up ministry, you cunt. What happened there?
Not yet. No, I think I might have. I'll have to go through my phone and find them because I've got like a fucking million videos since then. So I'll have to find them and put them up.
Yeah, you want to put the Barney one up there?
I'll have to put them up. Yeah, I'll have to put them up in a Steve video. I said I wasn't going to do any more Steve videos, but I might just do one more.
Give the people what they want, innit?
Encore, just one more.
There's been 3 encores already.
Well, I never saw any of them. I've just summed up the day, eh? It's true. Oh, I thought I'd subbed yesterday, but I hadn't. But, oh well, you know.
Yeah. Here he comes. Here it comes.
Are you wooden head?
Is that you? Oh, it is, yeah.
Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. You've got a wooden head, and what?
Well, you ain't. You're a shithead. Yeah, shithead.
Look at you, man.
Look at your eyes, you fucking div. Look at you.
My eyes. Look at
Ministry, I'll catch you later, chap. It's been a pleasure.
All right, Nicky, no worries.
See you later, Nicky.
Look at the fat on your face.
Take care, everyone.
See you, nigga.
Look how fat and boring you are.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, Gamer.
Look at
Everyone's
the state
entitled
of
to their
it.
opinion.
Look at the state of it. What's the fall I do? What's all this waving stuff? What's all that about?
Well,
Get a
because
grip,
I can. Let's have a look at your boat again. Come on, let's have a
fat
laugh.
mess.
Come on, let's have a laugh.
I've got a boat. I've got a bungalow.
Boat.
The wrong
Your boat race. Your boat race.
Not me. That's smelly Kelly. Got the wrong
He
guy.
means your face. He means your face. You fucking come on.
I know what
Means
he
your
means,
face.
but it doesn't mean I need to take notice.
I know what it means.
No,
Anyway,
no, of course.
oi, if you're lonely, there's fucking phone numbers you can ring. What do you want to hear? What do you want?
Look at you.
I suggest he calls Samaritans or like the mental health hotline.
Or Battersea Dog Home, they'll help you out.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
You talking about the mental health? You been talking about the mental health hotline? You're the one who.
What are you
you're the one
talking
who got
about?
walked
That's
to the mental
social
health
services,
hospital.
and
Got some
they'll put you
naughty
back in care.
to you.
Boy, they'll put you back in care. You'll be all right.
Mental health
Right,
hotline with you, Reece, actually.
Wait, I've never had a bird beat me up before, you mug.
Well, they were talking about you.
Wow, you know. Yeah. Anyway.
Talking about my mental health. How dare you, Reece? How
Not
dare
talking
you?
about your mental health. No one's talking about your mental health. We're just
He
saying you
tried
give up.
He tried that. But he's the one who got his hand held and walked to the mental health hospital because someone
He's
said
a better
couple of
rapper
old
than
words
you.
to him online.
That's all I say.
No to do with that, mate.
I had a panic attack, but that's unrelated to to do with
I wanted to
YouTube.
bring up my mental health on you, then you fucking div.
Wait, we're dealing
I'm just
with
saying, if there's
gutter
people that you
snipe.
want to talk to, that you just want to, humour with, listen to you berate them, there's mental health people that will handle those sort of urges for you.
No, thank you. I'll just come on YouTube. I'm simple and easy for you. I'll just come on YouTube instead. Is that okay with you, Reese? Or are you offended?
Well, I'm not offended by you, mate. To be offended by you, I'd have to actually care what you thought.
Yeah, true. True, that's precious.
Yeah, you are very precious to me, though, gamer.
So I love the precious stuff. I love it, the Gollum stuff. I love it. Go on, Ministry. Go on, get one up.
Go on.
The ones in the video, in the Steve videos, are in very good taste. There's nothing malicious there.
Well, Ministry. I'm not like Reese. I'm not gonna cry and have a little mental breakdown.
Have you got any civil claims in at the minute, gamer? You're trying to make some money off?
Just the one.
Just the one. Okay.
Did you engineer that opportunity?
Yes.
Engineer it. It's off about fucking the video's off about 2 years ago when he knocked the phone out my hand. It's that claim, so no, it's not engineered.
Oh,
all right.
You could have just dropped it though.
Well, it's actually on camera when he knocked the phone out my hand. So
I've never saw it. I'm just like when he said, "Is it engineered?" And you were like, "I don't know. I've never watched this 2 years
just
ago."
type in UK police, Nazi banks, fourth bank, something like that, and it should pop up.
Do that later, maybe.
I'm not fucking bothered. It's had enough views.
No, you get what I mean. I've just asked a question. It's all right. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Driver B, you can fuck off as well.
Oh, she's like the most pleasant person I know, gamer.
Ooh, you really hate people, don't you, gamer?
Yeah, you.
You seem to hate everyone.
Well, you haven't got a nice word to say about anybody on this panel so far.
Yeah, just live free.
He's not really said a bad word against me yet, to be fair.
No.
He hasn't said out about Ministry either, but then Ministry's the host. He never did. He tends not to on panels that he wants to keep going on because he's a bit slimy like that.
Jamie usually comes on calling me a big fat baldy bastard.
He
so.
does.
Who the fuck's this guy? Is this my therapist here in the bottom right?
Yeah, I'll be your therapist, mate. I charge. I've got to tell you though, I do charge. I am quite expensive.
But he's seemingly smaller than NBCK, so it'll be less sucky.
And the first session is just a total battering off us.
He's fatter as well.
Oh.
I probably am, mate. I probably am.
You're like a puppy that has been abused and that. You feel sorry for it, but it will bite you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of them, isn't it?
I mean, the sort of puppy that you'd rub its face in its own shit.
Well, you need to be toilet trained at some point, I suppose.
I'd love that game where your dog had a shit and someone just rubbed your face in its shit. I'd love that. That'd be fucking amazing. Shithead.
That's a bit freaky.
That's a bit hard, isn't it?
A nice
a bit freaky shit there, Jason. You might
Sorry,
fucking...
if it's gamer's defecation, then maybe,
I mean, Jason, you've got to remember, right? You've got to remember, Jason. Maybe like Snowball Guy just said that to Gamer.
I'm not next to Gamer.
No, but he just said that to Gamer.
Yeah, I know, but that's the sort of thing I'd do to him if I saw him and his dog had a shit. I'd rub his face.
That's how sad and fat and pathetic you are. You didn't even want to sit
Well, I bet
an
your dog
icon
would
on a screen
appreciate it. You know what I mean?
You're fat and pathetic.
Go and have a pizza, lad.
I'm not actually King Prawn Chow Mein tonight.
Okay. Is it your birthday or something?
No, it's just benefit payday, isn't it?
Ah.
They'll have had cost of living payment as well. I think it's about 300 quid.
No, I haven't had that yet. That's at end of the month, that end of October.
No, but you're counting down the days, gamer. Fucking hell, imagine how much cider you're going to be able to buy.
I can't wait to get up, feel your bum landing in the on top of the rest of the money.
That's something I didn't actually ken when what I know much about that cost of living payments. I take it I've heard them, but I've never paid attention or noticed. To be fair.
They've just been dropping people money, haven't they?
No, I get it. Like, and to be fair, like everybody else has been getting paid during the flu season. I don't see why everybody expected people on benefits not to. You workers were sitting on your ass saying fuck all for 80% of your wages, which is part of the problem and what's coming, what's inbound. It's part of the test. Yeah,
but
Niggy, protest.
Niggy, that empty can, he used that for a bit of crack.
It's scary that you know that's what they would use.
Well, I watched telly. By the way, train spotting 3. You're in with a shout.
Well, what any reason but other than I know Irvin Welsh's family.
Well,
they're recruiting. They recruit every year the same production companies. Yeah. And they recruit in Edinburgh too. They recruit at the EEC.
Well, when the Home Guard's needed, I hope you step up.
No. Don't be stupid. I'll get used on the front line, you mongo. I'm anti-tank.
You won't get me
and
on
just
the
because
front line.
that's where I would get you.
Suicide Squad. You are going to Suicide Squad.
Nah, man, I'll just go and do anti-tank. I'll shoot tanks again for a living. My autism ain't going to stop me. My autism ain't going to stop me getting called up as a vet, mate. Once they've called up all your kids.
Listen, man,
and your fatness, and Jason and Gamer, honestly, like Jason, your fitness, Jason, won't stop you getting called up, right?
It will,
and Gamer,
you're one at
no, it won't. No, it won't.
Yeah, it will.
When the shit hits the fan, right, and it goes worldwide, which it's going to hit.
Someone's
whether you like it or not.
Back home.
Honestly, give me 30 seconds to finish. Listen, you'll be getting called up like every cunt else gets called up. Just like everybody in prisons will be getting kicked out of prison to go fight for their freedom too. Just like you saw the Russians do.
Wrong. I will not be called up. No.
Yes, well, check this out, right? Check this out. Christmas time.
I don't know where I am. I might join the enemy. I don't know where I am.
Check this out, right? Christmas time, right? Good for this. Oxford, right? University. They have speeches every year, right? Go look for fucking, what's his name? George Galloway's speech, Oxford, this Christmas, right? Just passed. Last year, sorry. Right? No one coming up, right? Look for his speech where he talks about shit. And he asked the defence contractor back then that he noticed that when they were bragging that they did 10,000 troops in 120 days and they could upscale at any time, he asked them, well, if all the Ukrainians are here, I notice you're no calling back, like, off the possibility of conscription. He says, I'm glad you noticed. That's his answer. Fast forward to a couple of weeks ago, they just asked you on a poll, hey, mainstream media, what do you think about conscription? And everybody said, nah. It's happening anyway, you fucking Mongos. It's going to happen. You're all just fucking just that stupid not to realise it. You're like the lobsters that are swimming about in the pot. You're like lobsters swimming about in the pot and the temperature's getting turned up. Soon it's going to be boiling and it's too late. That's what you are. You didn't see what's coming. Nah, man, you didn't see what's coming. There's cunts in the chat that see it, Kerr, now. Oi, that.
Jojo,
yeah?
I shoot myself in fucking training.
Yeah, but hang on, whether you like it or not, right? That's only going to get you took off the fucking numbers as a traitor. And a fucking white feather, mate. And I tell you what, like, you might think that's a bad thing or not a bad thing, right? Listen, it doesn't make a fucking difference. It doesn't make a difference.
I meant English.
Yeah.
You wouldn't survive in the desert, nor would I, mate.
I would survive in the desert quite easily. I've been in the desert, you fucking idiot. I've been in the jungle. I've been in the desert. I've been in the jungle, and I've been in the Arctic. Go fuck yourself. Where you been? You've been at fucking. The furthest you've went is Blackpool, you fucking cunt, and that was to go suck a cock.
Blackpool, mate. There you go. I've been to Brown.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. Shitpool.
Shitpool, yeah.
Jojo, you didn't even let him get here. He's a fat mess and everyone.
I am going to Blackpool soon, actually. I am going to Blackpool. I'm taking the kids out.
Nice. Going for one of the world famous £1 burger.
No, we're fly. We don't roll like that.
Oh,
I bet it's burger. I don't think it was that nice,
we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
But like I say, Gamer, man.
I love it when he's smart. I love it when he's smart shit. It's great.
You got me, listen. You got me the other day there, down and good, like you did, man. Thousands. You did. You got me quite well. Yeah.
Guys are going on about me, like, you know what I mean? What do you do? What's so good, Lord Jason, with your life? What makes you so special? Same for you, Reese, as well. What same question applies to you? What makes you so
my
brilliant?
mic's much better than your mic.
Is it?
I'll leave it there. Yeah.
I'm sure my mic's pretty good, actually.
Well, mine's hands free. You know.
So, so the mic competition now. Over mic what?
Well, just start with the mic. Yeah.
Let's have a
start
rap
with the
off.
mic.
Come on. Have a rap off.
You're fucking
I know you can fucking bust rhymes on the fly, gamer.
Ministry, did I give you permission to speak?
No.
Oh, naughty.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Come on, Ministry, give him a yellow card, mate. That's worth
Yeah,
yellow card.
Oh dear, it seems as if you have earned 5 minutes on the naughty step wearing a fucking dunce's cap. Yellow card for fuck's sake. Big up all the keyboard warriors hiding in mummy's vagina.
Pussy boy.
You just
Pussy boy.
Just give them away.
Yeah, pussy hole.
You shut mouth, man, you fat mess.
Shut your mouth, man. I've got a mumbled mic.
Not mumbled at all.
That might be mine.
Jason, don't worry, mate. Listen, I've got it on good authority that he's got his eye on both of us.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
At least I'm not going to have a panic attack and get me hand holding down to the hospital. Oh, I've heard naughty words on you.
Grace, I'd love another. Wait, if you could make a wrap up about that gay mur, that'd be funny as fuck.
I've got one or two little rhymes rolling around as it happens.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just have a number 2 hit as well, you know.
Come out to answer your question. If you pay attention, right, it's not about lengthy service. Everybody in the armed forces, when they left Northern Ireland after the Good Friday Agreement, they started pulling battalions out. Everybody that left either did one of two things: winter warfare training in Medman 5, or exercise Grand Prix, which is, you know, keeping you. Yeah. And that's the two things you needed a couple of years later in your arsenal to go to Afghanistan and Iraq, isn't it? That's why we had done a Good Friday Agreement, pulled our troops out, because we knew we were going to be putting them somewhere else. And that's why every battalion that left that operation playing field, they did one or two exercises. And whenever they did the Medman first, let me finish, Reece, I'm almost done. When they did the Medman first, yeah, within a couple of years they did their exercise Grand Prix. And if they did the exercise Grand Prix first, within a couple of years they did their Medman. So hope that answers your question.
A lot of the funding that the IRA received originally was actually coming from the United States, and after they were attacked on 9/11, the Americans' tastes for funding terrorism dropped dramatically.
They did drop dramatically, but it's on the rise again in America. They're back out collections, and they're back out collections in New York, walking down the street. Whereas they weren't out with collection bottles like after Twin Towers, that all stopped. That's all happening back again. And I'm going to assume that's because Biden, who don't like the British and says he's more Irish than British, and he said he would give us a shit deal, remember?
Oh,
yeah, and it's because of their politics that are in power.
Well, Trump was never a fan, was he, of Boris?
He was never a fan of Boris, but he was a fan of the UK. He invested money in the UK. He wanted to make business with the UK. Golf courses, Aberdeen, Turnhouse, all the rest of it.
Yeah, but
whereas Biden was the opposite. Biden was the exact opposite. Biden didn't want to make money in the UK. He wanted to make money in Ukraine.
So was
That's
Obama.
why he called us cunts. That's why he called us cunts. Yeah. Right,
because we showed them up, didn't we? By pledging the Challenger tanks.
Gaming, do you want some crayons?
We own them.
We're talking about big stuff. Do you want some crayons?
We own them. We own America.
We don't own America.
We did. Every state apart from 4 states in America still pay 4.5% tax to the Royal Crown. That's why on Independence Day in 1776, the King wrote in his diary, nothing important happened today because he was still getting his 4.5% tax for the USA rather than the colony of America. It's a fact. They learnt their lessons, you see, after Hong Kong, 500 year shit. They make it in perpetuity up to a certain date, and any states after this date, right, don't pay the tax. Every other state still pays it in perpetuity. That's why America stopped making states for a large number of years. Yeah. And you can fucking probably figure out the only 4 states that don't pay that. They pay it via their federal tax, because they're on a local and national tax, the kind of tax system we're going on to, off PAYE. Yeah. Like, they came off PAYE in the 30s. We use a failed tax system in this country for just about 100 years. Because it failed in America. Yeah. Great Depression. What do you think's coming here? What does every bank tell you with them shutting all their shops up? Because they can't, they need them anymore.
Big bank in Brighton shutting
down. I've got a question.
Hey,
I've got a question.
2 seconds. Right, check this out. Barclays, if you're an expat and you live abroad, right, and you got a Barclays account, no more fuckers. Barclays accounts are only for people who live in the UK. You're all getting your bank account shut down. What does that tell you what's coming?
Yeah.
Come on. And that's the company that if you can't get a bank in this country, you go to Barclays, you get one, because they have to give you one legally by the government.
It's making financial decisions on stuff it knows that's going to happen, because the Barclays in Brighton, the big one, the main branch, is shutting down at sort of end of the year.
And so everybody knows all your contactless payments, the technology for that is owned by Barclays. So every payment you make, they get paid a fucking fee, right, on every one, and they're still shutting down their branches. They're still making expats hand their accounts over, because it's over. The way you look at currencies and money, it's gone already, and you just can't see it. You're all running about like heedless chickens, hoping Christmas is going to be good.
Joe, can I ask a question?
Have you got your hand up?
What's tax?
Tax is theft. Tax is theft. And you pay tax, whether you like it or not. You pay tax. You pay tax. You pay a lot of tax. All your benefit that you get, the government gets about 40% of that back in tax. So big up you for spending every penny you get, because that's what economies need to thrive. They need everybody to have disposable income and spending money so everybody else can make money. You do realise that, people, yeah?
Makes the world go round.
It does, indeed.
That means I'm good for the economy.
You're good and bad for the economy, right? Like, you know, there's caveats. I spend every penny I've got, but I'm a bit of an arsehole, so I can become bad for the economy too. You know. You get what's true though, isn't it? You get what I'm saying?
What contributions you make the economy here, Gamer?
Yeah, I'd say that you were pretty much a non-prod.
Go on, let him answer. Go on.
I pay loads of tax on the stuff I buy.
Gamers registered as a non-profit organisation.
Yes.
No, it's a non-prod, isn't it? Not non-productive. It's a non-productive member of society.
You could look at it like that, right? Like, check this out, right?
Brilliant.
Check this out, Reese.
Gamer gets paid for having a wank.
I work and
check this out, Reese, right? Check this out, Reese, right? Check this out, right? Right? You might pay PAYE tax, which works out about tax and national insurance, works out about, what, 20%? Gamer gets his stamp paid. Right, are you in that bracket? Right, okay. Right. Yeah. But on average, it's about 22% on average, isn't it, as a standard wage, right? Yeah, it's about 22%. There's sliding scales, the more you make, the more you pay. Right, we all ken that. Like the threshold's about 10 grand now or some shit, right? But he's still paying his stamp. That's still coming off money that he's entitled to, as per the law, right? And every penny that he gets, he spends, right? Do you think he spends his money on low taxable goods, guys? I mean, I'm assuming, like Gamer, everybody assumes that you spend all your money on alcohol and cigarettes and shit, yeah? Right? These are highly taxed items. These are items that have got a minimum of, well, cigarettes, 60-70% of that's tax. On alcohol, I don't know, guys, what do you reckon? What, 30-40% of it's tax?
At least
40%. Could well be, right? So when you look at it, he is the government cash cow.
Yep.
Like smoking might cost the NHS £1 million a year when Gordon Brown and Tony Blair came to the Edinburgh Corn Exchange for a question time. And when he was asked the question, how much money does smoking generate in tax? Like, they had to come back and say it's 13.5 million. So it was a £12.5 million money maker, even when you take the £1 million off the NHS. So all these things are statistics, and 95% of statistics are made up on the spot. It's all bullshit. It's all just numbers, and I can make numbers sound good or bad. I used to work in sales. Aye. Fact. They sell you shit. He is. People on well, think about it this way, right? People on prepayment meters, you all know they pay more, right? But guess what? They're the best customer an energy company could have because they pay for it before they even use it. So why do they pay more? Because everybody believes it should cost more because they're sold that. Why is it direct debit customers get it cheaper? Because they'll pay the money after they've used it. The summer months pay for the winter months and shit like that, right? Yeah? Right? But you can set prepay meters to do the same shit. You can set a key to only accept and let you use your shit 30 quid a month. You can do that if they wanted to. But they won't. Why? Because the weak and the meek and the people that don't understand what's going on, those people are the people's lawful prey. It's as simple as that.
It's the daily standing charge that's the biggest problem for a lot of people with token meters.
But I'll be honest with you, that's a lie and that's a myth. I'll tell you why. As a guy that actually fucking used to make his money, and I used to be an area manager for PowerGen, right? One of the biggest blue chip companies, it's now called Eon. I used to run the whole fucking area, more or less. And no standing charge was only introduced for people who have just a gas cooker, right? You had never heard of it before until gas. If you had a gas cooker, you were only using 18 quid a year gas, 12 quid a year gas, depending on the big of your family, right? But you were paying a 40 quid a year standing charge. If you used £90 a year in gas, or when I was in the industry, it was £135 a year, I think it was, on electricity. If you use any more than that, you are better with a standing charge than a no standing charge, regardless of the company you're with. A standing charge always works out better. That is the law. People will sell you no standing charge, save that 40 quid. It's not true. It's not true, it's a lie. Those guys are known as scammers and slammers. That's the same idiots that would sign up empty hussies knowing that the postman would still be able to post a letter and get paid. That's scammers. And you know what a slammer is. You've worked in the industry, so you can, they're scammers. Right? No standing charge is a fictitious lie. If you're over a certain amount of money, you're cheaper with it.
I've signed up rented houses for a fully new, all windows, all doors. It's a rented house. And anyone even looked down, I just signed it up.
That's easy for you to say.
I've signed up and then what you do,
I
you just
wouldn't do
cancel
that.
it.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
The bond is how everyone still gets paid is that there's a 3-day cancellation period. And if you wait till the 3rd day, everyone still gets paid in their accounts. And then all you need to do is cancel it. And then everyone still gets paid. The only person who's losing out is safe style. Only one who loses. I've signed up. It was called a blog. I've signed up loads of properties which never existed.
That's technically it's fraud, you fucking idiot. Shut up.
I use a fraud in the people who's ripping me off.
But did you fucking say it on YouTube? You said on YouTube saying that you were committing fraud, bro. Come on.
More brains in a chocolate mouse.
In it.
No, but gamer, do you want to give people more things to use against you? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not bothered about ripping off Safe Style. We're ripping off everyone else. So I'll
fair comment. Fair comment. It's a double glazing form. I get what you're saying, but it's not the kind of thing I'd be doing.
And I'd say, yeah. So what I've ripped off Safe Style for a bit more money than we're ripping off everyone else. I'd like to see how long he gives it.
Well, the way this YouTube is, I probably wouldn't have mentioned the company I worked for if I was saying I ripped them off. There'll be fucking investigations going on tonight, man. Keyboards will be typing like fuck tonight, man.
I don't think so.
Well, everybody
I don't think gamers important enough to generate a response like that.
Yeah,
nobody hates him quite enough to do that shit. Nobody hates you enough to do that, gamer.
Ripping off pensioners.
Well, I suppose it's better than breaking the fingers.
Wow. Wow.
Oh dear, it seems as if you have earned 5 minutes on the naughty step wearing a fucking dunce's cap.
Here comes the uncontrollable raging. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ministry, I hope you're ready for an attack. I hope you're ready for an attack. They're coming up
I'm
your
just saying,
back.
I hope that yellow card was that for that fat fucking
Shut
slob.
your fucking divvy face.
Oh, sorry. I just thought that was funny.
It will.
I don't think Gamer found it funny. So,
No,
you know,
the fuck, he's
I have, to
boring.
give him, I have to give him the benefit of, you know, a yellow card in his favour. You know.
It's all right. He's had one this evening. I own that one with pride though. That was quite funny. I think.
So I think the next yellow card I get, I'm going to make sure it's fucking going to be well fucking earned. My next yellow card, I'm going to absolutely snap you an off on it.
Well, like your mum's fingers.
Wow,
Oh dear, it seems as if you have earned 5 minutes on the naughty step wearing a well, that's just a straight red card, you fucking melt. Oh dear, it seems as if you have earned 5 minutes on.
Right, that's fucking it. No warnings for you. You shithead wanker, get your stinky shit covered ass on the block.
Yep, AJ Smith here. As you can see, I'm hiding in bottom of Reese's bin, waiting for him to put black bag in so I can pounce. Ah! Ah!
It was worth every fucking moment.
Was that the yellow or the red? I'm a bit confused, ref.
Well, me, it'd be yellow, wouldn't it? I'm on yellow.
Who was it? Who was it for?
Jason.
Me.
All right. What did you say?
No, I'm not saying it again.
You really want to repeat it? Oh, you really want to repeat it?
I'm not saying it again.
You're too scared to say it, Jason.
Look at me, middle
No,
of
I'm on the yellow. I've had one yellow.
Girl
That's
on
fine.
YouTube.
Well, you actually bored with cards? You bored with cards? Jason's bored with cards. Fucking hell.
Are you Jason?
You bored
Laura
with cards
Lou
for
hates
Jason?
ya? Laura Lou hates ya?
I beg your pardon, sweetie. What'd you say, you mong? What'd you say, you mong?
Wow, he's pushing it, aren't you, Minister? Yeah, he's pushing it.
Me.
Play the whole fucking thing. I love it. Come on, let's hear the other.
Me.
It's
a bit long for just an intermission, but there's plenty of Mimi songs on YouTube. It's fucking
I'm home, buddy.
Fucking, that's my favourite though.
I think you come out sauce, man.
So how you getting on tonight, Tyrone?
I'm good, Joe. Thanks. I'm good. Yeah.
You
All
well
right,
relaxed
Tyrone.
after your
All right, Tyrone.
Yes, Gamer. Yes, are you?
I'm all right, yeah. I'm
Good
just
man,
having
Reece.
today
What,
I'm
nice
on
to,
a little mission to have Reece have another little mental breakdown, and I just want to
What's,
clarify what Jason is.
Tyrone, what's the update? What's the update doing at that hotel thing? Because I've not really seen that thing for the
Oh,
last couple of
it's
days.
much the same, Joe. There's still fighting there. I'm glad when some local authority in Wales has seen sense and, you know, they turned down to turn another hotel in North Wales into a migrant hotel, and the council turned it down. So that's a good thing.
Hey, how are you,
Outside.
Laura? How you doing, sweetheart? Ooh.
How you doing, sweetheart? You cannot stand
Shut
it,
your
Jason.
face,
She
you
doesn't like
fucking
you.
rat boy. Fuck off,
doesn't
rat
like you.
boy.
She doesn't like you.
You're just a fake friend. Fuck off. Anyway, how are you doing,
You
Tyrone? What
you
we
bought Ed Wood, wouldn't it?
Shut up, Batty man. Fuck off.
No, you've got no chance, mate. You're never going to get it. Never going
That's
to
what
get
you
it.
are.
Well, I
Never
must
going to
say,
get it.
I
Never
must
going
say,
to get
I
it.
didn't miss this. My fault. It's all day. I didn't
Oh,
miss this shit. I gotta
I
be
bet
honest.
you didn't.
No, but
Jason's fat as fuck. He needs to get the Weight Watchers rather than chasing Love Alone.
Smack rat.
Wow.
Mimi.
I should have uploaded a couple of my singing goat videos.
So you just brother material, Jason. You just brother material.
I like what I like, yeah. And if I like it, I laugh about.
Yeah, what's that, lad?
You I don't like, yeah. You I don't like, okay.
Yeah, I bet you like lard sardies, you fat mess.
I'd love it if you're in front of me.
I tell you what,
a lot
beef
of people
drip
think
sandwiches
that,
are nice.
Stand in front of me, you mug.
Me?
Yeah.
I'd tower over you, mate. You get a right shock. I'd tower over you, you
Gamer,
fat little moron.
Gamer, whatever you
Curl
do,
up in a ball and roll you down the hill.
whatever you do, Gamer, right? Remember where he stays. So that straight men didn't venture there very often. Make him come out his tune.
I'd kick Humpty Dumpty off his wall.
No, man, you didn't go. You didn't get it, Gamer. You didn't get where he stays, man. It's dodgy as fuck where he stays, man.
Couldn't give a fuck.
Gamers
Brighton,
from the hood,
Gamer.
man.
It's Brighton, Gamer.
Hardcore
Brighton,
outlaw
Gamer.
gangster gamer.
Gears
Yeah.
To be fair, if he's an outlaw gangster gamer, he's got more kudos than a turnkey.
He's got more what? Sorry.
Kudos than a turnkey.
Are you trying to say I'm a turnkey?
I'm saying that you said you were a prison warden. Whether you were a turnkey, whether you were a turnkey or a guy that took them from one part of the prison to another part of the prison, it's the same shit, isn't it?
I never had any interaction with prisoners.
No, I never said you did, but still a turnkey. You're still opening doors for people, just different.
And also, I was 19 years old, Jojo.
Hey, listen, I was in the army too, so I can't really say much. I did get offered to be a prison warden when I left the forces, and I said, "Fuck off." I'd probably be locking up my mates. That's never going to end well, because I would be the most corrupt prison officer ever, especially for my pals. Like, I'd
See
be
that,
corrupt.
Gamer?
Cunt.
He had mates. Yeah, you see the difference?
What do you think? I haven't got any.
Well, we're cereal.
Where
is he then? What?
How many people on this panel currently like Gamer? Would you say?
I don't like him. I
use the
don't
phrase
like him.
"I like Gamer."
I've got empathy, but not that much.
At least one good comments from these two.
I pity him more than else.
Yeah,
like I said,
you asked other people on the panel. Joe, do you like me or not?
Like's a strong word, and not like. No, let me finish. Let me be honest. Like's a strong word, and not like's a strong word. If you get what I'm saying. Gamer's gamer, right? You know what I mean? He's all right. It depends what heat you've got on Gamer. Depends if you're drunk or sober. It's a bit like myself, isn't it?
I didn't want an essay ministry.
Fuck up, you dick.
Yeah, you're all right, Gamer. You're sound, man.
You can't shut your fucking mouth. There's two, so fuck you.
How popular are you in the chat?
Tyrone, it looks like you've got to decide and vote, Tyrone.
Is there anything you admire about Gamer,
That's Tyrone, Lord, did I?
Yeah, but what he's on the panel. What are you talking about?
What's the decide and vote, Tyrone?
I don't like him, but I don't dislike him. He's sort of in between with me, you know.
It's like a bit of shit on your shoe.
Are you breaking it?
Hey, Gamer, that means, Gamer, when you think about it, right? This is like kind of fucked up, right? Because Ministry said you're all right, then they two said you're a bit of a cunt, and me and Ty both said, he's neither, he's in between, right? That means you got less likes than dislikes.
Fuck off. How about that?
For real? For real? I'll be honest, I was shocked at Tyrone going in the middle there. I fucking well thought Tyrone was going to weigh in with a. He's a cunt.
I am actually surprised considering all the hostility he's had this evening.
Joe, he's all of those things, you know that. But you know,
You think I come on these panels to be like? You know, what's the most first
Evidently not, no.
Definitely not for sex.
If you came on these panels to be liked, you'd modify your behaviour, Gamer, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be such an annoying prick.
Gamer, big up you. Big up Gamer for being true to himself. Big up Gamer. Like, see, when I hear people say I'm a bit depressed in that, I'm like, do you think that's because you're censoring yourself and you're not being your true self? That you, like, obviously, if you're depressed, you're not liking your life, eh? Right? And I honestly do believe it's because people that much self fucking sanction themselves,
Look, you're absolutely
self-censor.
right, Jojo. I
You know?
feel a lot better since I made the resolution just to be a cunt.
Well, it's like, would you classify it as being a cunt or would you classify it as being honest? Because I can speak proper, right? Like, you didn't get brought up in Edinburgh, understand how to speak proper, but I know I'd come across as fake. I know you'd all think, even if I came in before you'd ever heard me, you'd all know I was fake with the voice. You'd know it was put on. But you get what I'm saying. So like, I'd just be me, if you get what I mean. I didn't like. I'm like Gamer. I'm not really bothered whether you like me or not. To be honest with you, when you show that you didn't like me, it actually makes it easier for me because I have to like think less about how I present myself.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? At the end of the day, right? You can, but I can understand why people dislike that. Right, and I honestly do believe it's because you're all hiding your true selves. None of you are being honest with yourselves, or like none of you are being honest with us, but you're
Not
not honest
really.
with
The thing
yourself.
with Gamer, he's all right when he's not been drinking and that. That was a good week. I've never seen him like that. But otherwise, you know, he'll have a laugh, be a friend, and suddenly bite your hand
Now he's me fucking alcohol.
Yeah, but why are you unable? Yeah, but why are you
You're in the
unable?
dog category.
Yeah, but Jason, like, think about this, me, Jason, right? Why are you unable to take the rough with the smooth? Why are you unable
I can
to
take rough with the smooth.
You get what I'm saying?
It's like a dog that's going to bite you any minute. You know, you're not going to keep that dog, are you? You know.
But it wouldn't be the same thing because a dog that's going to bite you any minute is a constant thing, isn't it? Right? And you just said that he's only an arsehole when he's drunk, so that's not the same thing. That's kind of an oxymoron. Is it not?
He's only not been drunk, as I know him, for about a week, and it was a different Gamer. Yeah, so that. But the norm is it just bite the hand. Richard Upton.
To be fair, I think he's just honest to himself, and he's got his own wee screwballs, his own wee morals. Everything he's got is unique to him, and he just pans it out the way that he feels that he should. I think he's just honest to himself. What he thinks is all right, he thinks is all right. I ain't saying it's all right. I ain't saying it's not all right. I'm just saying that his morals are not your morals.
Mm-hmm.
His right or wrong is no your right wrong. His way of thinking ain't your way of thinking. And funny enough, that's what makes the world interesting and good.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad. I'll be honest, Jason, if everybody thought like you, I would, as a Catholic, guys, and I know it's a mortal sin, I'd just come back purgatory. I'd kill. I would slip my wrist. If everybody was like Jason, I'd slip my wrist. Honest, Jason. If everybody was like you, I'd slip my wrists. I wouldn't be able to live in a world like that.
We haven't all done bad things, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, the bad things that you go on about him breaking his mum's fingers, has that not been debunked? And if it has been debunked, then why do you still go? Well, it's not true. There's nothing. There's no bit of evidence at all apart from him going along with people. No, the only bit of evidence that there is of him doing anything is him going along with people as they're baiting him. That's it. There's no other piece of evidence.
No, Gamer's admitted in the past, Jason, that he pled to a charge because they told him that he was going to get a lesser sentence.
Oh, interesting.
Simple as that. Anyone would do that. I'm not justifying him getting his man out of bed for kills.
It was either served 3 years, or we'll get you out like next week. I'll get you out next week, Ryan. Or if you didn't plead guilty, you will get done with threats to kill. You will get found guilty of it, and you will serve 18 months minimum. And so it was either serve 5 months, which I've like already done on remand, and get out tomorrow, or keep on arguing the toss, saying not guilty, fighting it, dragging me mother to trials, fighting it when I already know I'm going to lose. So what would you do in them shoes? And you're in the dock.
Well, I wouldn't be in that position in the first place.
No,
I
I
was. Well, but
I
listen, I
wouldn't. No, I
was.
wouldn't. I wouldn't be in that position.
But that's a
You
very
hope.
honest.
You hope.
I
You
was.
hope.
No,
You hope.
never.
One thing I've learned in my life is never say never.
What, you think I'm going to go up and kill my mum?
Nah, I never said that, did I? Right?
Well,
You said that
you know.
situation, right? And that situation it doesn't have to be his mum. It could be anybody, couldn't it? It could be his fucking. You get what I'm saying, right? Aye. So you never say never. You know what I mean? But I get where you're coming from, though. You know what I mean? It's just my own thing is never say never. Eh? It's like if you've ever been at the jail, right? You'll hear folk tell you, always finish a book. Never leave a jail without finishing a book. Right? Like if you start a book because you'll be back. Never write your name. Never write your name on the wall because you'll be back to see your name again.
Space. And 3, don't be a borrower or a lender. And then 3 rules are pretty good. They've kept me out of prison. You know what I mean? I'll live by that. So I'm pretty proud of that.
Yeah, it works for yourself. You know what I mean? Works for yourself. You know?
There was no rules. There was no boundaries. I done whatever I wanted. My dad didn't live with her, so it's like I was the man of the house ultimately. You know what I mean? I was the oldest lad living there, and like I said, she was a fucking idiot. So I knew from a very early age I needed to start looking after myself. I had to grow up very quickly. Because she weren't doing note about it. Like I said, sometimes they think you know, darling.
There's no point.
But what about this one? What about when I've got to get up at 9 o'clock in the morning to feed my autistic brother? Because she can't be asked to get out the fucking bed and do it herself. And he's coming to me saying he's hungry and that. So I've got to get up and learn how to cook very quickly because she's going to lie in bed all day. What about that? And you wonder why I was a bit angry, a little bit annoyed.
You shouldn't be bringing that on you anyway about your mother. Leave her to keep it private.
No, I couldn't give a fuck. I've got no room for sentiment regarding this. I'm entitled to my opinion what happened in my past life. If you're going to keep bringing up, you broke your mother's fingers, blah, blah, blah. I'm allowed to say this back in reply. And I'd love to see you judge fellas. I'm doing wrong for it.
The only reason I brought it up, because I never brought it up, right, is Jason, you were using it, right? But there isn't the evidence. There's nothing to say that happened. Just gamers work.
Because you'll get yellow cards straight away.
Problems on your panel ministry.
I've never seen anything. I've never seen anything that said that he broke any flanges. All right, and flanges is the real term for finger. Just so you know.
Why? Because it's a myth, Joe. It's an absolute myth.
You know?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Gamer.
Fuck off, you pom bomber. If I had my ear, you wouldn't be here. You'd be banned for life.
Grab your mum's fingers and beat to
if
your
I get a card with the street, same rules apply to the customer.
Go on, Gamer. Go on, Gamer.
Right, that's fucking it. No warnings for you. You shithead wanker, get your stinky shit covered ass on the block list. And you can fucking stay there until you learn to play with others and not be a spoiled bastard. Red card. Red card. Red card. Bollocks.
The porn bombing bastard.
Au revoir, monsieur.
That's what they get none of that. I didn't even care who that was.
Best red card I've ever seen in my life. It was better than the red card in the Zinedine Zidane Cup in the World Cup 2016.
Straight red card, that was. Straight red card.
I didn't even care who it was.
AJ in the chat's pushing it as well. Moderators, deal with him.
Gamer, stop asking for people to be dealt with, man. Okay?
I'll tell you. I'll use the referee like a tool. He's like a weapon, the referee, to me when I'm on the pitch and I'm playing.
Fucking hell. I just don't understand, right? If anybody wants to use anything against you, they could use the other shit, the stuff that was in the paper, what it said.
No, I use the other stuff, I know.
There's no much difference between the breaking in the fingers and the other stuff, to be honest. Right?
It's sort of worse. It's sort of worse what I really done. I said I was going to come down and fucking kill you with a knife.
So, use the real shit. I didn't get using the fake shit.
Take this one into account, Joe. Do you know when I was sending these text messages? Do you know how the police was sitting in front of us while I'm sending them? Because I was having a bit of a breakdown in my head. And they didn't nick us straight away. They took us to hospital. Because mental health workers are concerned about me. They took us to hospital first before the church decided to put us on remand for fits to kill. I thought I was trying to get section. I thought I would get section.
Gamer, I'm not trying to justify anything. You know what I'm saying? That's no what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to point out that if you're going to use something against you, use the shit that we know is 100% factually correct, rather than something that's a half truth.
Do you believe in convictions being spent? Do you believe in all that being a move on?
I believe that there is a set period of time. There's a set period of time for every conviction that does get spent. Time served. Notice time served, but it's like where it's no longer on your record. But there are certain convictions. Well, it's always on your record, but it doesn't have to be disclosed or some shit like that, right? But there are certain convictions that can never ever be non-disclosed, and you have to disclose them for life, right? You know what I mean? I don't know how long your shit is. I don't know. Ken, I've had a 12-year disclosure. I've had a 12-year disclosure put on me before.
I can tell you, 7 years. For
7.
Me,
well, mine was 12. Mine was 12.
Now, I've never been convicted of anything during that duration, and so I don't need to disclose anything. The only time I would need to disclose anything is if I was applying for jobs to work with kids or vulnerable people or something like that. That would be the only time I would need to disclose them.
Yeah, but there is charges out there.
Random job, any random job where I'm not working with kids or vulnerable people, I don't need to tell them fuck all.
Yeah, but there is. What my point is, right? There's positions out there in the world where, there's charges out there that you can never undisclose. You have to tell everybody. Aye. There's certain convictions where you have to tell just normal jokes for the rest of your life, right? And whether I like it or no, right? If again, I didn't get on with you 9 times out of 10, right? We kind of agree to disagree with each other 9 times out of 10 and just let each other go, right? Yeah, right. But at the end of the day, if I was going to give him shit for something, if I was going to give you shit for something, I'd give you shit for something that I know is 100% factually correct, no something that it might be right. Yeah. And that's the only thing I didn't get about the whole thing, right? If you got to give him shit for the fucking rolling off the bed, try to get the fucking pills and all that shit. Give him shit for the fucking the stuff on the phone with the threat with the knife and all that shit. Give him shit for that. But you came with the reason why you didn't want to do that is because if you actually listened to what he said and said how he got brought up and whatnot, right? Yeah, you'd say that it was verbal. It was verbal and escapism, and you would understand the reason why. Yeah, right. But because it's breaking his mum's fingers, that's like a mortal sin. You can't come back for that. You get what I'm saying? There's no coming back for even lifting your hand up to your mum. There's no coming back to that for that because it's your mum, and that's why that thing that might be true might not be. I don't know. I've just never seen any real evidence. Nothing in a paper saying that happened. In the injury report. Exactly. Listen. That's my point. There's evidence for everything else, but there's no that. But that's the only thing you get cast up for. Nothing else. That to me is an oxymoron and a fucking joke. And it's,
I don't know. He's got the burning of the tent with the kids in. He's got the threatening to kill his mother in prison.
Yeah. So use that. That's my point. Jason,
what about when he was abusing the public to get arrested?
Jason, why are you? Jason, check this out, Jason. You're just confirming what I said should happen. There's no point trying to pretend that you're saying, oh, well, what about all this? When I'm saying, drop the broken fingers because it didn't happen. Use the shit you're now using. Thanks for confirming what I'm saying, even though you're that bright, you're that intelligent. You thought you were disagreeing with me, bro. Fucking hell. Seriously, that's my point. That's how much you hate him. That's how much it doesn't matter what he does. You will not like him regardless. You've made your decision.
I don't think.
Well, there you go. So why do you need to talk about him then?
Because they come up
about
here
stuff.
Barry McGuigan.
Yeah, but you brought up stuff that wasn't true. You brought up stuff that wasn't right.
Well,
that wasn't provable. Come on, bro. You use fake news. You use the narrative to go after him. That's what you did.
No,
you did. You did. It's not true. He never broke his mum's fingers. What are you going to say about he broke his mum's finger if it's not true? If it's not true he broke his mum's fingers, then you went after him for fake news, a lie, and a narrative. Whatever word you want to use. And if you can't see that, then you're part of the fucking problem as well.
Exactly. Here. Joe, I want you to be my solicitor.
No
No.
one will be your solicitor.
I wouldn't be in your kangaroo court in the first place, Jamie. All right. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be coming in here. I wouldn't be coming here with my legalese for you to go. I don't get that shit.
Jason might be back in the appearance soon. I might come up with some charges.
And Jason, then I think I'm coming.
On my channel, dickhead. You
Jason, then I think I'm coming for you, Jason. Then I'm not coming for you, right? I've not got nothing against you. I'm not coming for you. Then I think when I'm saying that, then I think I'm siding behind Myra. I'm just pointing out as what I see the obvious. If you all keep going after him for something that's not true, you're all part of the problem.
Giorgio,
Yeah.
It wasn't
You're a
even
doll.
Jason that said it. It was me.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. It's because like Jason still came back.
And the reason that I said it was because in the context of what else was being said, it was
When did
humorous.
you get engaged?
I wasn't getting engaged.
Well, Laura Lou doesn't want fuck out to do with you, so you might as well.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Why'd you even go on with that
When was
shit
the last
either?
time you got laid, you fucking incel fuck?
Okay,
That's why
I'm going to mute myself 5 minutes. I'm going to go and have something to eat. This is not.
You're embarrassment to society. You really are.
Yeah, but the last someone to touch your testicles was Anakin in the pursuit of peanut butter.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he didn't like it because it was the nutty one.
Big up, man.
Nathan, you can shut up, you're a virgin and all, and Deegan, you're the most ugliest guy on YouTube by a far. So you
He looks like Dale Cregan.
Leave Deegan
looks like
alone.
Dale Cregan.
How you doing, Mr. Deegan?
He is one ugly guy, though, where everyone's got to agree.
Listen, come on, listen. If you yourself look at males and say, ugly, beautiful, you're gay. Shut the fuck up. You're a dude. No, I mean, I've never looked at any guy in my life and thought, oh, that's ugly. You know what I mean? I've looked at somebody and thought, you look like Pug Filipino.
Joe, I've got an answer for it. Listen, I'm not in contact with my heterosexuality that I didn't mind saying a man, whether he's good looking or not. You look well, mate. You look fresh. I didn't mind that. It doesn't matter it's gay. And I can judge beautiful women like that as well. I am allowed to judge beauty, and it doesn't make us a homosexual, okay?
You're just sounding like Reese now.
Fuck off, you fucking cunt.
He's just said the same shit as you, Reese. He's just said the same shit, Reese, man. He's just sounding like you, man. Don't get upset. He's the one that's stealing your one-liners, not me.
He's got a one-liner. That's years of ridiculous practice.
No, I thought that was one-liners. I thought that was like that. I'll mute myself.
No. I've been saying that shit for years, mate. You can't insult me by
yes.
questioning my sexuality.
Hi
guys. That's a bit different.
Mr. D says, have you heard of getting off YouTube and looking after your weird, confused child, Mong? What? My daughter's upstairs. What do you want me to do?
Why does he even get away with that comment in any way? Talking about kids and not bringing kids into the ministry away. That's a yell of itself.
Well, he wasn't talking about the child. He was asking.
He said that my daughter's weird and confused because she identifies as transgender. So he's saying something disparaging about my daughter, isn't it?
No, he's not. He's saying something disparaging. He's saying something. He said something. To be fair, he's saying something disparaging about transgenderism, I think he thinks that most people.
He's calling my daughter fucking weird.
None of our business.
Well, he's calling a transgender weird. He's calling a transgender weird, and they're the ones that want to put labels on themselves, so that's why he's doing it that way.
Well, what right does he have to do that?
He has every right. He has every right. He has every right. He has every right. He has every right to give his opinion and how he feels what people are, depending upon the labels they're willing to put on themselves. Now, if you put on a transgender label, I'll be honest, you wouldn't want to care what the fuck I think if you think what he said was bad. You know what I'm saying?
The fact of the matter is,
the fact of the matter is, he has the right.
In this particular discourse, what relevance does it have?
Well, if you're going to talk about breaking mummy's fingers, you can't get upset about him breaking. talking about
Yellow card for that.
the tag that you're willingly put on your daughter and she's willingly put on herself. That tag. I think that's what he said. I might be wrong. I'm not
interested
white
in
knight
this
in.
conversation
You know what I'm
at
saying?
all.
Aye.
It's none of my.
I might be
Can I
wrong.
just say, Joe,
Perceptually.
You know, to be honest with you, I can't be asked talking. We've gone over this over and over and
Yeah,
over
I
again.
want to move on from it.
Well,
I want to move
like I
on
say,
from this topic.
I brought it up. You know what I mean?
I want to move on from it as quickly as possible and as swiftly as possible.
Move on then. Move on. Let's go back to talking about you. You know, how did you get your wonky eye?
Wow,
Well, I've never heard this story. I've never heard this story.
Big knee to your fucking head.
Come on, Gamer. It's like the Miller Lite advert, guys. He got a little bit of pleasure. He liked what Joe was saying, and then came the pain. And Miller Lite.
Bring the pain.
I'll take the hate. But sorry, Jason's got something right for once. Aye, that's someone got blind in my eye for taking a decent knee in the head.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Were you doing like Muay Thai, or was it just like fucking rolling about the street shit?
No, it was my ex-girlfriend who decided to climb up on the settee while I'm sitting down and just started kneeing us in the head. And I thought it would be a good idea, pissed, to show her how Iron Man I am. And I started nutting a knee. I was giving it
banger.
I was nutting a knee, trying to hurt a knee at the same time, thinking I was that solid. But obviously, I've resulted in a detached retina in my right eye through doing that.
Didn't really nut with your fucking Shirley Temple, mate.
It wasn't a good idea, Joe.
Top of the forehead, bro. Top of the forehead.
Stop brain dead, isn't it?
fucking, you know. No wonder, like, honestly, I'm going to say you're off your nut, like, literally, like, fucking nut on somebody's knee. Fucking hell.
I was absolutely human. I wanted to.
I'm not what I asked why she thought that would be a good idea, or what you had done for her to think that would be a good idea.
I the only way she could get away. I sat there all night and I waited until 9 a.m.
Get out the cuffs.
9 a.m. and then I kicked her
move out.
I waited until the morning and I just kicked her out.
Surname's Fritz.
Well, something went wrong then.
And I couldn't give a fuck how big her tits were.
Was the sex good?
Oh, brilliant. Oh, better than what you've ever had, you virgin.
Jason's had a snowball. Jason's had a snowball, bro.
What's a snowball?
Jason, tell him what a snowball is.
I ain't got a clue. I wouldn't.
I thought the snowball was when you mix heroin with crack cocaine.
I know that's what you think. Yeah, you think.
That's
for me.
That's in Blackpool. That's in Blackpool. He lives in Brighton. Continue guessing.
Spam in the chat, and we're all having fun. All having fun. He's gone. Thank God.
Why is this AJ Smith getting away with fucking all this bullshit in the chat? I didn't understand.
He's not gamer. You're bringing highlight to it by saying about it popping up in StreamYard. It's gone. It's gone before you even mention it.
Gamer Ministry's lying to you. He's lying to you, right? It's because AG feeds Ministry links. AG's the one that's clipping you that Ministry's using other voices with, honest.
I didn't understand all that. I'm not that desperate. So
I'm only taking the piss. I'm only taking the piss, Gamer. Calm down. Even Ministry's like, what? How did you know?
Well, being next to this twat has lowered my IQ. And,
right, that's how pathetic you are.
I'm going to go in Ministry. I'll see you later.
Next to you. Oh, look at me. You're like a baby.
Sorry, I lowered your IQ, Jason.
Like a big fucking baby, aren't you?
No, I probably shouldn't have cracked a snowball joke.
The fat mess, the fat big baby.
Gamer, look at that there. Is that true, Gamer? What Ice Chain has put in there?
That's not Ice. That's AJ.
That's AJ.
Yeah, that's AJ.
Same comment. Just changed his name.
I hit him with multiple timeouts because he just can't stop mentioning family. So I just hit him with multiple timeouts, and yeah, someone else just hit
I
him.
think it's about time to start blocking them. We should just start blocking all of them.
Well, it's all right, gamer. I've been on for fucking hell, nearly 4 hours. So I'm going to take it to 4 hours, which is 9:30.
Well, I'm going to jump off ministry. I'm going to have a cup of tea now and watch a bit of a film or something like that. Chill out.
Yeah, no worries.
Have a good one, everyone. Stay safe.
Yeah, man. I'm at 1%
See,
as well, to be fair.
Keep up the white flag, mate. Because I'll keep on waving my white flag if you wave yours.
Why, aye, man.
Why, aye, man. See, that's enough for me.
In a bit tight.
Hey, Joe, I've enjoyed your company tonight. You've been an absolute legend, in my opinion. And you've really put a smile on my face, I'm not gonna lie. I loved you when you were giving them two shit there.
I wasn't giving them shit, though. I wasn't actually giving them shit, gamer.
You were like my brief. At one point,
Fair.
I would have appointed you. I would have just let you talk. Normally, I'm saying to my sister, you just let me say one word. He's like, no. But yeah, I would have just let you go. I would have sat back and give you a round of applause. And you eventually done. I swear to God, you were that good.
Well, I was only pointing at the obvious because I get bored of people using fake news constantly. That's what it is. Like it's boring. And to be fair, it ain't going to make a difference. It's still going to get the same people who still use it against you.
Oh no, they got away from it. Like I thought they might have went away like fucking a year ago, but no. It's still you break your mother's fingers, blah blah blah, all the bullshit. Which I didn't mind just tacking it on the chin and laughing it off. Like the raindrops are rolling off me back, Joe.
Aye, man.
But sometimes, I can't get to you. I'm not going to lie. I'm still human. I'm not a machine. It's like I try to portray. But I am human. And sometimes it's like I can't get on top of you. And that applies to everyone, really, though, doesn't it? It's like you can only take so much, then you've got your breaking point.
Well, everyone's got that. It's just some people's breaking point is further than others, isn't it?
It depends what you listen to on this website. Because remember, it is just a website on the internet. Just the same as any other one.
Joe's battery's dead, so his device is
No, take out Joe. You're a legend for that.
So I had to chuck him off.
Oh, he's a legend for that. He was good there, weren't he, Ministry? He was on form.
Yeah. All very controlled and civil, though, wasn't it?
But I was just having a laugh, playing games as usual. Now, who's live? I'm missing Society X's. He hasn't been live for about a week now, has he?
No, he hasn't. No, I've noticed. No, it's been about a week. Yeah,
I'm starting to miss them now.
I think people are gamer. People are missing the lives at that time of the evening, aren't they?
No, fucking every night get check in. Is he live? No, I get why?
Just taking time out, I expect. When you go in every night like Jamie, it can be it can get taxing. Or whatnot.
I done it 2 years ago and ordering those. I was ordering those co-host, wasn't I? 6 p.m. every night. I made sure I was in the house. You know what I mean? 6 p.m. every night. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't have to take its toll on you. You start to run out of things to save as well. You start to feel like a broken record. When it gets like that, I don't know what it's like for the viewers, but I just feel like I'm bored myself, you know what I mean? I'm sitting there like trying to think of stuff to say, and now it's popping up, and when it gets like that, it is time to take a fucking step back. I like
in a bit, Joe.
It's better to come in all fresh. Now you're coming all fresh and you've got a topic.
Yeah.
Oh, you can roll for 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, I didn't come on with a topic. I came on straight after my premiere. Yeah, so I came on.
Are you leaving the mountain man alone now? Are you leaving him alone
well,
now?
after today, yeah.
You just leave him. He's going to have a bad enough time. And anyway, Ministry, he doesn't need me yet to make him feel worse.
Oh, I know that. I know that.
If you've got any empathy, you know what I mean. I know he talks a load of bollocks, yeah, what he says and that, which he does. But basically, fuck him. You're bigger than him, aren't you? You're better than that. That's what I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway. But it's something. But you'll show us whether you are. You'll be the judge of that. Only time will tell. But I advise you just fuck him off, mate.
Yeah.
AJ Smith and all of that, and fuck him off as well.
Yeah, time out for that, AJ. And you and fucking Chubblet, stop coming backstage in my name, dropping links, you fucking spastics. No one's clicking them. It's not clever.
I've got 23 comments
no one's
backstage.
clicking
I
the
haven't
fucking
clicked on them
links.
yet. I've still got the number of 23 comments backstage. I haven't touched up once. So if you're trying to put comments backstage applying to me, I'm not even clicking on it. I can't even see it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you're
It's comments, mostly links, mostly StreamYard links to someone else's live. They're fucking scraping for fucking panelists and views, obviously. Coming backstage, fucking dropping StreamYard links in, you know.
There'll be knee yellow card, knee red card will just be instant life gone. I'll just get rid of them, fucking, because they're just fucking about with your channel and the crack they want to make it about all about them.
Yeah.
You'll get better, ministry. You'll get better. Like I said, move on from Steve. Leave him alone because I don't think he needs fucking torturing anymore.
No, I don't know. Like you said, he's got enough.
It'll be getting really cold on that
plate.
mountain soon, you know. It'll start getting freezing up there. I guarantee it. And if he can survive that winter on that mountain, like fucking.
Hey guys, AJ Smith here. I just come on panel because I keep getting timed out in chat tub.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, so I can actually say it to you instead of fucking put it in back chat. Why are you accusing me of coming backstage with fucking links when it's not me?
Well, some of them were dropped by an AJ.
By an AJ. By an AJ. It's not fact, it's me, is it? Is it, ministry? It's not fact.
Oh, no. It's not fact that it's you because I wasn't quick enough on the old button, you see.
Right, okay.
It's clearly you. So what are you even
Shut the fuck up, you fucking wumbus. Fucking finger snapping, tent fucking setting on fire, fucking motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Did I ask you?
Are you coming on though, trying to pretend you haven't done something when it clearly is you?
Here we go. It's clear. It's fact. It's AJ. No, it's fact. It's fact. It's AJ. Shut the fuck up, gamer. You horrible little bastard.
Clearly you.
You horrible little fucking Nancy cunt that sets
Well,
fire
that's just a straight red card, you fucking melty foul mouth chunt. Now go and remove yourself from your nana's anus.
Big up the referee.
That was quite enough
Big
of that.
up the ref. Well, it was always going to happen. It doesn't take us long. I'll tell you, I'll start drawing in these fellas now, me.
Well, he
I'm
knew it
driving
was
in.
going to happen by saying them words. So, yeah, he got away with saying them once because I had to open up the brand because I was offering over other stuff backstage. You know what I mean? So I had to open up the brand to get the card ready.
It didn't take long. I just started drawing in these fellas now, you know, ministry. And so I scream ref at the top of my lungs every time they step 1 foot out the line. I'll do whatever I can now when I'm on the panel. I will try my best to get rid of these fucking cunts. Yeah, I want rid of them, ministry. Because I know YouTube would be a better place like it was before when everyone got along. Order and all, 6 o'clock live. Then BB used to run one after, then it was Phil and Boy after that. But everything went smoothly, you know. It was all gold crack, gold banter, not all this trolley bollocks. And after the deal with this, the likes of this, people put the foot down and we wouldn't tolerate it before. But now it's sort of like bringing the audience all of bullshit drama. It's like they're getting away with murder.
Yeah, it is. You know, like someone put in the chat yesterday, I think it was, or it may have been earlier on in this chat about drama sells, and it does. There wouldn't be these channels wouldn't exist without the drama, and this side of YouTube wouldn't exist
Well, that's
without
wrong.
the drama.
That's wrong. There would exist. There would still be there.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be if it was all really chilled all the time, then we would sort of gravitate towards a different community, wouldn't we? It wouldn't be this community that we were in, because this is a mix of auditors, live panels where anything goes, fucking freedom types, protesters, whether you like it or not, troll. Part of our fucking, it's part of, if we want to call it a community, because it's so fractured, it's not really a community, is it?
But it's a mixture of communities now.
It is
Before,
a big mixture of
I felt
communities.
like it was just the ordering community. It was all the ordering community, but now different communities have came in.
It's a mash of about 4 now. And that's because of the live streams. Like, it's because of the drama sells, see? So people get to see it who wouldn't usually see it.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm going to dedicate my life to get rid of the trolls. I'm just saying there's things that the host can do on your lives to get rid of them. I'm not saying I'm going to get rid of every troll off the internet, Zara. Don't twist me words. It's not what I say, it's not what I meant. But I just say as a host, you can't get rid of them. Yeah, I've got that button there to block them. You can't take a little bit control. And if everyone done that, there wouldn't be here for much longer. But again, it's like it's a bad start. And anyway, you've let 2 of them on. Fucking Upton and AJ, you've let 2 of them on. 2 known porn bombers. So it's
not for long. Not for long.
Bad start, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they came on for comedy card value,
Well, how quickly did they get a red card compared to anybody else?
AJ, that's probably got to be the quickest red card. No, Upton was the quickest red card the other day.
No, you can't, but both of them.
He came on, I let him say hello, and he didn't speak for about 10 seconds, so I just got rid of him. Because he was going to contribute less than me, and I was contributing absolutely nothing.
We need to start making a step ministry. If we really want to, back in the days like what Agent X is talking about, back in the good old days when it was all good, if you want to like that, we need to start fucking putting our foot down and not letting people just walk all over the internet and do whatever they want. AJ Smith's okay and all this bollocks. It's not good enough. It doesn't wash. Because
no, Cheeky.
These people want to shut down channel as well. The back of the mind, these particular people have got an intention to shut down your channel, whether they're trying to befriend you or not, and that like you're your best friend because they're not ministry. They're not. So just you need to see for more days. Remember, you're a bit human than me. Everyone gone through the stages on YouTube, but you want everyone to be your pal at the minute. I went through that stage as well, just being nice with everyone, wanted everyone to be my friend. And wears off eventually. Eventually, you'll get shit on. You'll think, what a waste of time that was. Watch, and it will come to you one day.
Yeah, people can take me as I am, and I'm always polite to people unless they sort of
You're
really.
a polite guy. I didn't realise you were a carer as well. I didn't know you were a carer for 24 years.
Yeah, 27 years in the job.
27. You were a carer all the time.
Yeah, and I care for my wife now as well, so I just carried on. But 27 years, that was enough for me.
See, I gave you shit.
That was enough.
If I knew that ministry when I first met you, I wouldn't have given you half of the amount of shit what I've given you,
Why is that?
Because I've got respect for carers, I've got respect for soldiers as well. Military, anyone who works for the AHS, I got carers, I've got respect for them instantly.
I can take it. I got skin like a rhino. I can take it. 27 years as a carer. You know what I mean? It's I've heard and seen and
stupid old guy living in the valleys. You know what I mean? It was making all these stupid videos all the time.
Isn't it, Stevie?
But no, I'm just being honest, ministry. Because to be honest, you're different on the panels, not compared to your stupid videos you make. Like cartoony videos. You're different on the panel than what them videos portray you as, Now, I think, in my opinion, them videos make you look like a fucking idiot. But when you're on the panel, you're fucking You're a reasonable guy. You run it nice and smoothly. You know what I mean? You give everyone the time of day. You're a good panel host, but them videos, fucking. Some of them
It can be a bit harsh.
I
They
just
can.
think I want to be fifth fucking name.
Yeah. In my mind, yeah.
It's childish, isn't it? To be honest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really childish, but it's funny, isn't it?
But everyone's laughing to you half the time. I remember when you play them half the time, you play one and then you just having a little chuckle to yourself. I'm thinking who else is laughing. I'm not. But you think they're hysterical. But listen, if you enjoy them, you enjoy them. You know what I mean? You're not doing any harm. Not really. If you
No, it's just a
bully
giggle.
Mountain Man like
Just a
then I
giggle.
think you are doing harm. So just leave off Mountain Man. Do loads on AJ Smith. You can back some Gollum ones on me if you like. Not really, you know what I mean? But leave the Mountain Man alone because I think he's not doing
Yeah. I've made a few videos on him, so yeah, that's it. That's it for him for videos. He may pop up in one or two, you know.
if he deserves it.
That's about it.
If he deserves it.
Yeah, he might just pop up, you know, not being malicious or anything, just as a character, you know.
Well, you know, he's going to be running his little live probably tomorrow morning. Ministry of Madness, you get me, and all that fucking.
He
I
will.
just think,
He
why
will.
not do something about why would you want to just continue living on that mountain? It's going to get really cold soon. It's like, what do you really want to die there? It's like, you've got to do something, Steve. You've got to get yourself off it. Unless there's a reason you're not.
Personally, if it was me, I'd want to live nearer the road and nearer the water source. You know, he doesn't have to live up the top of the fucking thing, does he? Let's be honest.
Like you're hiding from someone, aren't you?
Yep.
AJ Smith, do you not get bored?
Well, I'm going to kick you off and shut this up, I think, Gamer.
That's another problem in the street. It's been a pleasure. And big up Jojo as well for having you back. Fuck Reese and fuck Leo for Fat Mongo as well. That Jason weirdo. See you later. Take care,
All
Jack.
right, Gamer.
Take care of the street.
I think I'm just going to play out with a video, I think. Why not? I'm just going to play out with my video from earlier. I'll full screen it. I don't know if you want to hear me giggling, do you? But here we go.
To the Ministry of Madness.
Seven-minute vid.
Me. I once knew a dog named Captain Jack. He left his Steve 'cause he filled his crack. He left him there on his own. Jack found himself a nice new home. Once knew a man called Shitbit Steve. Hides on mountain from UKFRDs. No one knows why he's hiding there. It's probably because he's a strange bastard. Yeah.
Well, I was uploaded with Shitbit Steve's conscience.
Alright, my lovers. Shitpit Steve down here. As you can see, I'm extremely happy that I never had nothing to do with Shitpit Steve. The bastard. Cunt. Bastard.
Hola, fishy here. I found myself extremely lucky. And the ship is Steve got a lot of better fishing lessons. I sold this boat for quarter weeks. Happy!
Hello, guys.
Grizzle's here. I would just like to say that I like being left on the mountain away from Steve. Do you get me? You don't get me. Do you get me? You don't get me. I was to train the shit pit, Steve. I was. Couldn't train him, I. He was not a Jedi. He was a Judas. Judas! Judas! Good day. Shit pit Steve. No, thank you very much, mate. I'll stick with the Fosters.
Hey, dear Smithy, you guys. As you can see, I'm roller skating my way down through France, all the way to southern Spain, just so I can throw me ice cream in Shit Pit Steve's face. How do you like them ice creams, you bastard? Hello, Mr. Fluffy. I have a confession to make. I would like to tell you about the ship sticker. When he was on an expedition in South America, I couldn't get away fast enough. And he got me. He got me. The man got me. Like I was out there, as you can see, me and my that cat AJ Smith, we're on the throne of YouTube. Fuck. He's a cunt, wanker, cunt, wanker. Cunt. AJ!
Well, hello, Quentin Christie. I once bumped into the shit pit Steve in the Bristol. And I can tell you it wasn't a very nice experience at all. He ate me, I passed through him, and he shat me out into the street. Shat me into the street. Really? Well, I never. Monster.
Right, guys. Captain Jack here. As you can see, I'm still in fucking hiding because the shit pit Steve's been looking for me all over. If you don't fucking mind, keep your bastard mouth shut. Don't tell him where I am, and I'll sort you out with my finest hair wigs. If you get me. You get this? You don't get this because you don't buy me wigs in my hair. You bastards.
All right, my lovers. Ted here again. As you can see, I've still not been back to Shit Pit Steve's Mountain. I didn't die at the hands of wild boar. I've got my pilot's license, and I now live in Alaska as a bush pilot. If you get mis, you don't get mis because I lives in fucking Alaska. You get mis? You don't get mis. Bastards.
Right, so guys, Captain Jack again. As you can see, I'm living on the streets of Bristol, and if you need any baggies, if you knows what I means, you don't knows what I means because you don't fucking get this. You get this? You don't get this because you don't live in Bristol's. Bastards.
Yeah, guys, Billy again. As you can see, I'm not happy. Not only did Steve blow me fucking on off. Left me slack at the postman's bag. Well, he's now been back and milked me for me man-goat juice to consume. The dirty cat. I once knew a man named Shit Pit Steve.
Didn't like videos done by me. Well, I would say get a grip, or that I don't give a shit. You get this? Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. You don't get this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. You get me?
Cheers, everybody. Later.